What's the mother freaking deal? Mario Munguia here, Infighting FX. That's Infighting Exchange. If you're new to the channel, and yo, I see a bunch of early birds today. And you know what? I fuck with it, bro. I fuck with it. I appreciate y'all being here early, even though I'm still setting up a little bit. But I told y'all I'll never make y'all wait. Like, I hate the channels that, like, what I'm saying, they got their fucking show to start and it's like 40 minutes past and you're just sitting there waiting. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never do that. I never be that with y'all. Update on Canella. We were supposed to take her to get her stitches out today. Canella, come here. Come here. Who wants a nacky? Come here. You want one? Come here. You have to fool her because she's so fat. Gotcha, bitch. All right, so still has her thing on. They officially chopped her toe off. They amputated her right. God damn, your hair's flying everywhere, you fat bitch. Ugh. They amputated her right toe. I got to see it. It's pretty fucking gnarly. I can't wait to show it on stream. It's like nuts. It looks weird. It's like all of a sudden she's just missing her fourth right paw, but it's like not weight bearing from what they're telling us, right? So it's like doesn't matter. And she also said it was like, okay, because what happened originally was she cracked her nail. Okay, Canella jumped off the bed one day, like the stairs. We have a king size bed, so we have stairs for the dogs to use to get up and on, because they're both little dogs, Chocolatita and Canella. Yes, they're named after boxers. And so she cracked her nail and that shit just started bleeding everywhere. And this is about like a year and a half ago now, or maybe last year actually. And so we rushed her to the hospital, right? And luckily, right by our house, we have a 24-hour emergency veterinary hospital. I mean, I say luckily, it's not lucky because they fucking charge up the ass. Bro, these veterinarian people, like, so my brother's a barber and he cuts a lot of people's hair that work at the hospital, a lot of doctors, a lot of nurses, because the hospital's right near where he works. So they come in. The doctor that came in the other day, I was there waiting for my haircut. He told my brother, I swear to God, Google this, use ChatGPT. You got to use the right wording though. Okay. Don't just say like, oh, what's harder, veterinary school or medical school? Because obviously there's a clear answer there, but vets go to school just as long as doctors do. Okay. And the amount of money to pay for veterinary school versus medical school is like fucking crazy different. I mean, it's like a fourth of the price or maybe a third. And so it's actually harder. And by harder, I mean more competitive. And I don't mean grading wise. I mean the acceptance number between veterinary school and medical school. Swear to God. I know y'all are going to be like, nah, that's bullshit. I thought it was bullshit. I called that doctor out. I said, you're a fucking liar, doc. Don't fucking be spreading that propaganda at Goodfellas, my brother's barbershop in Corpus Christi, Texas, if you need a haircut. Don't be spreading that propaganda bullshit. Sure enough, it was true. It was true. It is actually more difficult right now to get into veterinary school than it is medical school for a couple reasons. One, there's a shit ton of openings for doctors. We need doctors. Doctors are vastly needed. Part of the reason why like Trump and MAGA and all these people are fucking retards is because they try to like tell you, oh, there's an immigration problem. There's no immigration problem in America. If there was an immigration problem, then we'd be seeing it everywhere, right? Remember when COVID happened? That was a real problem, right? And what did they do? They sent us a bunch of fucking money, right? We all got a check, remember? Because that was dire shit. We were in for real shit. You know how you can know immigration isn't really a problem and it's just a talking point? Because when they had a bipartisan bill, they didn't push it through. Why? Because it was not ever a real problem for America. What it was a real point for Trump to be elected, right? So that's all it was. That's all it was to them. And it's all it has been. The problem we do have is with asylum seeking, right? There's so much bullshit going on in the world, right? That asylum seeking is a huge problem. The numbers have increased. Like it's all tenfold. You can see that, right? And I say that to say that you look at the medical stuff that's going on. It's like we have all this room for doctors to come over from other countries and we fucking ship them by the boatload because we don't have any fucking people going to medical school. Meanwhile, bro, these vets are charging. Bro, my dog, look at her. She's a Jack Russell, an English Jack Russell, one of the smallest fucking dogs. Okay. Yes, she is a husky dog and muscular, by the way. You're all calling her fat in the chat. You're all fucking assholes. She's not fat. She's actually muscular. She actually lost 1.5 pounds. So eat a dick. And so they like charge up the ass. They charge us $3,000, and all they did was change her wrap, or they wrapped her hand. I mean, they didn't change it. We didn't have it wrapped. They cauterized or they didn't even cauterize it. They put some like fucking powder that looked like shit that you put on your foot for athletes' feet, and it like coagulated the blood and it stopped the bleeding. But for like the next year and a half, however long that was, every once in a while she would hurt the paw and it would just start bleeding everywhere. And the vet said that it's because dogs like us have very sensitive fingernail. Like they have a lot of like those little points where you cut them and the blood just starts gushing, right? And so that's what happened with her. The blood was going crazy. So we freaked out. We weren't worried about no money. I mean, we got worried about the money once they were like, yeah, we could take her in the back. It'll be about 4,000. We're like, what the fuck? No. Don't do that. Rather just take the paw off. That's got to be cheaper, right? So we figured, oh, okay, these people are pieces of shit. And honestly, I should sue that fucking place. Like, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna launch the Super Mario channel, right? Where we're doing a lot of different stuff that's not boxing, right? We talk about like politics and movies and a bunch of different shit. But anyway, like I'm for real gonna get that doctor on the show. I'm gonna go there to the animal hospital on Staples. It's in Corpus Christi. I'm going to talk to the fucking PR people, to HR people. I'm going to get this vet on the show under the guise that they saved my dog's life. I'm going to be like, dude, y'all saved my dog's life. I love y'all so much. I don't have children. The dog is like my child. Please, like, let me thank you on air and blah, blah. And then it's all going to be a setup. And he's going to be sitting in that chair right there. I'm going to be sitting in the Brett chair right here. And I'm going to be like, so, why do you charge so fucking much for little dogs and like little animals? Like, why is it so why would we, what cost $3,000 that night that we took her in there? Like, I'm just going to fucking goad him, dude. I'm just going to fucking hammer at him. Here's the thing. I want to fight this guy. Like, I really want to fight this doctor because he was so he's like, the nail's going to fall off. Like, it was like 2 a.m. You could tell that he's like half awake, right? Probably a bender the night before. And he's just like, yeah, it'll fall off. Never falls off. Now, here we are, 1.5 years later. My dog has incurred pain that she should not have had to deal with for any reason whatsoever. Okay. Meanwhile, we get charged for amputating her right paw. Something that place charged us $3,000 for and didn't do it, right? They didn't do shit to it. They cleaned it up and said it'll fall off. Yeah, I'm fucking mad, dude. I'm fucking for real mad. Like, I'll fight that dude at brand risk or some shit. I think Aiden Ross is the biggest fucking, like, little bro in the world, right? He's everybody's little bro pussy punching bag. And I was still fighting on that dude's promotion just to fucking sock this fucking vet, dude. Fuck that vet. Anyway, we're supposed to get her things off today. They took it to the back and she was bleeding. So they want to leave the stitches on for another week. I'll be honest, it feels weird. And this might be because of everything that's been going on with Canella and the vet and all this shit that I'm learning about how much veterinary charges, or like how much the veterinary hospital is like it's just a racket. Like they just charge whatever they want. I mean, yes, there are aspects of any sort of medical thing. It's expensive, right? It's expensive to sterilize shit, right? It's expensive to keep things clean and sterile and have like a sterile environment where people or animals don't die from, like germs and things that, occur during the operating procedure. But they were like, yeah, we're going to leave it on for another week. And I was like, bro, y'all said it was going to be a week and then y'all were going to take it off. They were like, nah, but she's still bleeding. And I'm like, well, like, stitches in the body healing, it's different for everybody, right? But it's essentially the same sort of like time span, right? It's not going to be 2 months for one dog or person and like 2 days for another, right? That's ridiculous. That's not going to happen. I get the feeling they're trying to finesse me. They're trying to finesse me. Now, I've gone to that place, that veterinary place, forever. I mean, I've had Canelo since I was, listen, I had Canella with me on the first ever time that I did the Boxing Voice podcast. Not the first time I was ever on, because I had been on the show like a couple of times, just like as a guest, or like not as a guest, but like as a caller, right? And when Ness hired me, I was just a writer for a little bit, and then I started to do the show. I had Canella since then, dude. 2013. I mean, Canella's like almost literally the same age as the Boxing Voice. That's over 10 years, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's my everything, bro. Like, when I fought Show Kid in Wisconsin at Border Wars in the main event, Canelo was with me, bro. Like, she was running. We were doing miles together. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have all these fucking pictures of like my athletic journey, right? From all the weight I've lost. I mean, I've lost about 45 pounds at one time, right? Back when I was like mid-20s. And then I lost recently like 30 pounds, right? For like the last 8 months or so, or like almost close to a year it's been since I started. But then that's not even including like all the weightlifting I did, right? And all the powerlifting I did, right? So it's like boxing, powerlifting, BJJ. Like, she was always there for me. You know what I mean? She was always there with me. You know, when it was 1 a.m. and me and my cousin were just getting back from a 4-hour workout, legit, like 2.5 hours fucking hitting hard weights, hard. You know what I'm saying? Like going like 90, 95% PR shit, right? And then going into their sauna room, or not their sauna room, but like their extra space where they had the sauna, and doing like 6 to 8 rounds of mitts, another 4 rounds of target, heavy bag work, and she was always with us, man. She was always with us. It was like Pacquiao and his little dog. And I think his dog was a Jack Russell too, if I'm not mistaken. What was that dog's name? Pac-Man? What was Manny Pacquiao's dog's name? I think it was Pac-Man. I forgot. But remember, he used to go when they had the 24/7, right? Like, if you go back and you look at all the old 24/7 episodes, dude, that's something we should do. We should go back and watch like not on YouTube, because fuck them. They've been offering me strikes like fucking left and right. But we should do that. We should go look those 24/7s, rewatch them, because they're really good. But yeah, like Pacquiao's dog would go with them. You know what I mean? Off leash. Canella's off leash, bro. We took her when she was little. So yeah. But anyway, that's the update with Canella. She is currently missing a right toe on her right paw that will never come back. How crazy would it be if she like grew it back, though? That'd be nuts. But hopefully we'll have a look at it next week when the stitches are finally pulled off. And also, hopefully, they're not lying to me and causing her to be in more pain for an extra week simply to squeeze me out of an extra like $60, $75, which I'm not saying is nothing. I'm like saying that's bullshit. Like, and again, and I'll tell y'all, I think they're doing this on purpose, because I got out of pain. They wanted me to pay between $1,200 and $1,800. No, $1,200 and $1,600. That was the like floor ceiling price. So they said, we want you to put down $1,200 before we do the surgery. You have to pay up front. And then whatever it is afterwards, we'll charge you the rest of it. I said, no, I'm not going to pay $1,200 and then possibly another $400 when I've already given you $200, taking her here to deal with the blood and the wraps and all that. They were like, well, what can you give us? Like, if it's my fucking fault that our president's a big piece of shit and nothing has gone down in cost, the only thing that has gone down is what we get for that money, right? Hey, do me a favor. You're watching the show. Whenever you get out, go to 7-Eleven. Go to 7-Eleven right now. And if you've ever bought a drink from them, like the what's it called? The fountain drinks, right? If you ever bought the fountain drinks, I swear to God, I promise you right now, and I have inside information on this. I can't say how or anything like that, but Those are not 32 ounces anymore. Those are 30-ounce cups. Swear to fucking Christ. Go look at that 44-ounce they got over there. It ain't 44 ounces, champ. That's 40 ounces. Now, y'all might think, oh, that's not a big deal. They made the cup smaller. They cut something out of the turkey. They're taking something out of the box on this one. You know what I'm saying? Tuna's being done with that, and they're using like bullshit. So it's like, we're just broke, bro. Like, if you got money right now and you're living good, man, dog, that's great, bro. I'm for real happy for you. The rest of us are living check to check. Now, I'm not struggling, right? I ain't got no kids. Me and my wife are happy. We, go on vacations. We do whatever the fuck we want. You know what I'm saying? But we're not balling like we were. Fuck no, we're not. Hell no. Everything's so much more expensive. Like, we have less today than we ever had. I mean, I can't be the only one this shit is going on with. It feels like at my age, right? Like my demographic, my age group, right? I'm not talking about Gen Z. I'm not talking about kids that are like 25 and younger. I mean, I'm not saying that y'all don't have issues. What I'm saying is that our issues is that we remember how much cheaper shit used to be. Bro, McDonald's is right now out here promoting a 10-piece chicken nugget meal for like $8.99, and that's a deal. They're saying come flock to McDonald's for this incredible deal. $2 off of the fucking 10-piece nugget meal. Bro, that shit was $4.99 when I was in high school. And that's dating me a little bit. And that's okay. I'm not afraid to be my age. What I'm afraid to do is die broke. That's real talk. Today, more than ever, I'm afraid to die broke. And that's because I do have backup plans. I do have accounts with, rainy day money, right? But bro, I'm not, that shit would go in a fucking, in a month if shit really got bad. You know what I mean? Like, if shit really got bad, bro, you could easily spend like 20 grand in a week or a month when shit gets really bad. Medical bills type shit I'm talking. Well, maybe not 20 is like kind of a lot, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you could be expected to pay upwards to 20,000. That's the way it works. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, appreciate all y'all rocking out early. Appreciate everybody already in the chat. Shout out to Marlo. Shout out to, oh shit. Thank you, champ. I appreciate it. Man, listen, I'm gonna wrench you up, bro. Go to YouTube, go to Infight FX. I'll wrench you up right now, bro. You have been keeping me on IG, bro, because I've been forgetting all the time. You've probably literally reminded me like every day for the last or every stream for the last 2-3 weeks. But I appreciate it. But anyway, listen, on deck today, we got a couple of different things. We're doing the 6-hour show today, the marathon show. I got a couple people hopefully scheduled to come through. Reach out to Abe too, because oh man, he can't do it today. Damn, I wanted him to come on to talk about Survivor Series. He had went and covered it in San Diego because he's out in the West Coast. Shout out to fightsatw.com. You can go there and check out my Raw recap from last night, as well as my Survivor Series recap, both on fightsatw.com. In fact, we could go to fightsatw.com right now and see what they got cooking. It's your one-stop shop for everything combat sports. Yep, I saw Stranger Things. It was really good. We actually talked about it on Saturday, champ. Appreciate everybody that was tapped in on Saturday too for the fights. We'll be live again this Saturday. And we're going to be live for it all. And that's why we're talking about it all today. Okay, so we got the Marab UFC 323. Listen to me. This fight card is stacked, bro. Everybody is talking about that 325 or 324 card, right? The first on Paramount. And that's a stacked ass card. I'm not pretending it's not. That shit reminds me of like the good old days, like the Super Bowl cards. Are y'all old enough to remember the UFC during the Super Bowl card days or the 4th of July or the New Year's? Those were the stacked cards. That was when you were going to have like Rashad Evans and Brock Lesnar and Rampage and Dan Henderson, like all on the same fucking card, right? With fucking Nate Diaz and fucking Melvin Gillard and just like all these badass fighters. It was like every fight was stacked. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the matchups were so good too. Today, it doesn't always feel like the matchups are prioritized, right? It feels like it's more about, getting the people out. Dan spams. What the fuck? Oh shit. My niece just sent me speaking of Stranger Things, my niece just sent me a clip where it looks like the kid Noah that plays Will accidentally let it slip that Eleven's dying. I don't think it's true though. So anyway, we're going to talk about the UFC. We're going to talk about Marab and Peter Yan's main event bantamweight title match, as well as the co-main event that's going to have Pandoja attempting to defend his flyweight title against Joshua Van. The undercard is good too. Tatsuro is going to fight Brandon Moreno. Brandon Moreno always brings it, bro. He's a fucking beast. Henry Cejudo is fighting Talbot. Now, Talbot has been a guy who I've always appreciated. I've always felt like he is capable of making the fight. And so a guy against a guy like Henry Cejudo, who you have to push to have a good fight, right? A lot of people talk about Henry Cejudo as this like sort of like Mexican fighter, right? He's like a wrestler or whatever. NCAA, really, really high level, right? But in MMA, in his UFC career, he has put out some duds. He's been very boring in certain fights, right? The deciding factor is the matchup and the B side. Who is Marab? I was going to say Marab. Who is Henry Cejudo fighting? Will they push him? Will they try to win? Will they try to make it an interesting fight? Or will they allow themselves to be, fucking taken down in mauls for 3 rounds? I don't think Talbot has it in him to just be laid and preyed on. Okay. I think he's going to make this a fight. And when he does that, Henry Cejudo will, I think, rise to the challenge. Now, will he, win or lose? We're going to talk about that. And then you're going to have Blachowicz is also fighting Guskov. That's a decent fight. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about also this weekend's card as it relates to Roach and Cruz. Pitbull, they're fighting this weekend in San Antonio, Texas. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make it. But I am going to try to make it tomorrow to the open press conferences. The open workouts. That reminds me, I need an email. Who was it? Who do I need to email? Oh, Rick Morones. I forgot. Fuck. My bad, guys. I'm just touching base with Rick Morones to make sure that everything's cool for tomorrow. They got or I'll tell y'all, I have lunch. Provide coverage. Is that the way? No, that's not. I'm not going to say that. But I also know that if I want to provide coverage, All right. All right. So anyway, we're going to talk about the PBC card that is this weekend in San Antonio, Texas. Tomorrow at the Pica Plaza. Is that what it's Get all you. Hold on, wait. Here's a workout schedule. Location. Event center at the Pica Plaza tomorrow. Media arrival is going to be 5 p.m. and it is open to the public if you're in the San Antonio area. But I don't know if they're opening. Okay, so it says that all media arrive no later than 5 p.m. If you got on my list, you're set, but get there earlier. All media is welcome, free, open to the public. Come out, bring the family. So, yeah, this is going to be a chance for a lot of you to, get to see everyone. And I mean, it's not everyone. I think it's the B side or the A. I think it's either the A side or the B side for everybody. I can't remember, but oh, here's the list. Okay, so tomorrow, and this is on Military Drive in San Antonio. Shane Mosley has the 5:30. Shane Mosley Jr. has the 5:30 p.m. spot. Oshaki Foster has the 5:45 spot. JANIBEK was scheduled for 6 p.m., and that's going to be the top story that we have for the day. He is no longer a part of the card. He is not only not a part of the card, but his opponent has a new opponent. Lindy Lara is now going to be facing, well, let me just read it to you like this. So bad left hook. This is from Patrick Stumberg. Shout out to Patrick. He says, JANIBEK's long-desired unification bout with Lindy Lara is off after Kazakh style. Kazakh style. My bad. He wrote it wrong here. Tested positive for the banned substance meldonium. So we're going to find out what the fuck meldonium is. But before we do that, let me send the links to everybody. Oh, I was going to text Ness. See his bitch ass comes on. All right. Let me see if Doomy can come on too. All right, let's see if let me see if he got time to jump on. Oh, hell yeah. All right. I think we got Ness. Let's get All right. All right. So we're gonna talk about JANIBEK. Also, look, I didn't finish telling y'all. Let me see. So not only is that going to be the case, oh shit, but we also have after JANIBEK at 6:15, it's gonna be Jesus Ramos Jr. And then at 6:30, it's gonna be Stephen Fulton Jr. And then Lamont Roach is gonna be the final media workout at 6:45, and that's going to be on Wednesday, tomorrow in San Antonio. So make sure that you are tapped in for that. Yeah, I appreciate that, Abe, but it's not going to be, I'm not doing that right now. If you want to hop on Twitch, hit the subscribe, and then it's going to let you know when we're live. But we're going to go WWE 2K25 tonight and Undisputed. I'm going to probably run the My Show thing or the My GM thing. A bunch of people have been wanting me to do that. You know what I'm saying? And so like, I'm just like tapped in right now for the gaming. Honestly, that's really where I'm at right now. I'm just like, fuck it. Let's throw whatever up and let's see how much fun we can have. You know what I mean? But we're running through the show first, right? I got topics, boxing, MMA, wrestling. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a 6-hour live. And at the end of the day, you feel free to hop on. I'm gonna have the link open here in just a minute. Oh, I got my strike taken out. Hell yeah. So fucking bro, Twitch, listen to me. 2 weeks after the fucking rematch between Conor Benn and Eubank, they sent me a fucking strike. 2 weeks after. Like, what the fuck? Why, dude? Who's out there hating like that? It's not fucking cool, bro. But whatever. So anyway, JANIBEK test positive for melodeon. Now, per Andres Hell and Dan Rayfel, who were first on the story, Lara is now fighting Johan Gonzalez. Now, for those that don't remember Johan Gonzalez, I will tell you, hold on. All right. For those of you who don't remember, we're going to look him up as well. But I really need to know at this point, what the fuck is melodeon? Melodium drug effect. Okay, so melodeum, the correct, often branded as mildronate, I think it is a heart medication used in Eastern Europe that acts as a metabolic modulator. Okay. And we can ask ChatGPT what a metabolic modulator does. From my experience in powerlifting, for those that don't know, I've been very, very open about this over the years, specifically on TBV. I took steroids in my late 20s, in my early 30s. Again, I was powerlifting, I was bodybuilding. You know, I'm 5'6". I never weighed more than like 155 in school and in college, right? I mean, I ballooned up past 200, but that was just because I was being a big fat fuck, right? But when I started to like really, really lift, I realized like it's really hard. You know what I mean? Like it's just a fucking pain, a constant pain on your body. You know, most men don't know what it's like to lift really heavy. Like I would say like 90% of men that go to the gym don't ever really like get to their PRs. And yet I'm doing workouts like every fucking day where I'm hitting every PR that I have: shoulder press, deadlift, squats, fucking low bar squat, high bar squat, front squat, bro. This shit wasn't no joke. We were doing 4 different types of fucking deadlifts. You know, we were trying to get our shit up. You know what I'm saying? So when it came time where I was like, hit this peak, right? And I'm strong and I'm big. When we did that, it was like, okay, what am I going to gain from this? Because I've hit a rock and I can't. So I thought, oh, I'm going to take steroids and I'm going to get really, really strong and really, really big. And it's going to be like, you know, the one time I do it, and then I'm going to stay there, right? I'm never going to do them again. I'll take the steroids this time. And then I'm going to get to like, let's say like at that point, I think I was benching like 245, maybe 255, right? I'm going to get to 285 on the gear, maybe 300, right? On my route to 315. Once I hit my 3 plates, that's it. Why would I ever want to take steroids again? It's stupid. I'm not a professional athlete. I have no business taking steroids repeatedly if I have no reason to go out and compete. That was how my mind worked. Because I always competed, right? Like I've always done athletics. I played basketball. I played football when I was in school. I played baseball up to the collegiate level. Okay. In my adulthood, I've played in professional poker, Texas Hold'em games. All right. I've been in BJJ tournaments. I've done powerlifting, and basically everything you can do in baseball, umpire at the highest level, 5A baseball. I coached an all-star team to the state finals, one game away from making it to the World Series, the Little League World Series. Can you imagine me as a coach on the Little League World Series? It would have been fucking nuts, dude. I would have been I would have been the fucking coolest coach at the Little League World Series because I would have not taken it serious at all. See, all those fucking dads that are there, they're just like, they're like so obsessed with living through their kids. Trust me, I've been there. I've seen it. Okay. And so when that happens, it's like so easy to just get under everyone's skin when you don't take it as serious as them because they need it, bro. Like, honestly, I knew fucking dads that if they lost that game, they were beating their kids when they got home or they weren't feeding them. Legit. I had friends that would not be allowed dinner based on their performance in athletics. That's monstrous shit, bro. That's like nasty work on your own kid. Like, maybe he sucks. Who cares? Like, who gives a fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, how many of you, like, if you're a dad out there who's like super disappointed in your kid at like basketball or football or boxing or BJJ or whatever, if you never made it to the pros or college or anything like at a high level, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, bro. What are you talking about being down on your kids when you fucking suck dick? You know what I'm saying? And like, that's the other part of this is like, people don't understand. If you're not like, I was in athletics, I grew up an athlete. All right. So I know that it costs money to compete at a high level as an athlete, right? The whole baseball select ball started when I was in fucking baseball. I'm from that era that shit began. And that shit was supposed to be the thing that made everybody else better outside of league play, right? Because league, you have to play everybody. Everybody's got to play an inning and a half. Everybody's got to get in at bat. Select ball don't have no rules. If your kid paid $100 like the rest of them, but his ass sat on the bench for an entire tournament and only pinch ran a couple times, tough shit. Ain't nothing you can do about it. But today is different. Today it's all pay to play. See, it's bullshit, bro. If you got a kid and they're in athletics, man, I swear to God, the best thing to do is just leave them on their journey. Real talk. Take them out on a Saturday and Sunday, right? You don't got to buy them all these fucking, bullshit workout equipments and stuff like that. However, when you're at the top of the top, shout out to Nestor Gibbs in the fucking building. Why does it sound like you're raining, champ?
Rain? You hear rain?
Yeah, there. I don't hear it. I hear it. You don't hear it? It's like a...
What about now?
No, it went way down. It went way down. Hey, champ, I appreciate you coming through for real. For everybody that doesn't know right now, this is Nestor motherfucking Gibbs, CEO, owner, creator, launcher of the Boxing Voice, video content creator, editor, podcaster, live streamer, CEO, mogul. Ness, is there anything you don't fucking do?
Build houses.
Build houses. Well, I'm pretty sure you're probably getting ready to do that. Now, at
What
the
up,
end of the day, last minute, you coming on, I really appreciate it, champ. It's the first time you actually been on Infight and FX, so you know what I'm saying, it's a pleasure to host you for the first time.
I think it is the first time, champ.
Well, champ, I have a little different. We'll do it like a little different, right? So first of all, the topic is JANIBEK. I'm sure you talked about this already. Everything going on. Another failed test. What do you make of it? Is it a problem that's bigger than the sport, as so many have alluded to, even on your show, has said that upwards to 70% of the sport, some people believe, 75, more. What are your thoughts?
I don't know the percentage. I definitely feel it's a problem in the sport, but it's our fault, right? We as boxing fans, we're just too gullible. Depending on what fighter it is, we're lenient or very strict. If it's Ryan Garcia, he didn't cheat. he doesn't need to cheat, right? If it's Canelo, he gets a 6-month suspension, while normal boxers get 12 months. Big Baby gets 18 months. It's just political, bro. At the end of the day, it's political, right? Like, for instance, Dalton Smith and Subriel Matias fight is moving forward. JANIBEK's fight is canceled. Valdez was allowed to fight. You know, some
JANIBEK
guys
isn't.
Exactly. It's very political, and it's just sad. It's just sad because, again, it is our fault because we pick and choose who we're gonna be mean to, who we're gonna, you know, scrutinize and criticize and crucify. You know, if we all treated every boxer equally, then Bivol is a duck for not taking the David fight in a career high $8 million payday, and so is Canelo when he took franchise status instead of fighting Charlo. But we're not like that, you know. Canelo, he did enough. He doesn't have to fight Charlo. Bivol fights the biggest puncher, and, you know, he's ducking David. So it's us as boxing fans, you know. Some people have bigger fan bases than others, a la Ryan, and he gets to admit guilt, waive his right to a hearing, and then is allowed to tell his audience that his test was mishandled and a separate laboratory tested it and seen that there was nothing wrong, but then they sent it to Mysterious Vada, and you all know the Haneys are part of Vada. It's like, bro, dudes like that need to be suspended again, because you can't admit guilt and then go back on what you said you were guilty of. That's not how it works. But in Ryan's world, it does. JANIBEK too, like, bro, JANIBEK, tell me the difference between JANIBEK's tweet and Subriel's Instagram post. They both saying the same thing. I promise I've never been dirty. I'm always clean. Why is it that no one ever tests positive for flu symptoms or high cholesterol or fucking a blood clot? They're always testing positive. Like, this dude tested positive for some shit I can't pronounce, but guess what it does? It helps you with fatigue. It helps with tissue protection. It helps with muscle building. It helps with cardiovascular. You want me to believe that you're using that for its primary reasons, which is heart condition. You have a heart condition. You got a heart murmur somehow. Listen, bro, ain't nobody falling for that. You know, it's just the gullible people that continue to believe that boxers are testing positive for banned substances, okay? Ostarine is a banned substance and cannot be bought over the counter. It is only in the black market and the gray market. It doesn't exist anywhere else, but somehow it's contamination. And then again, we are gullible. So these CBD gummies are contaminated, but not the entire batch that it was made with, not the entire lot, not the entire pallet that it was shipped on. Just Nestor Gibbs' CBD gummies. Like, come on, bro. It's just stupidity on our part, and that's why these guys get away with it. Because whatever fan base JANIBEK has is going to agree with JANIBEK. Well, he's never tested positive. We got to give him the benefit of the doubt. There is no benefit of the doubt. As a dude in a combat sport, you should not be testing positive for any single banned substance or illegal substance. Contamination isn't an excuse. Again, these are grown men. You're telling me you got millions of dollars on the line, and you're letting your management, you're letting your strength and conditioning, you're letting your wife, your kids go buy the products so that you can have a built-in excuse? No, they're not buying the products. That's what you're saying is happening. But what's really happening is you're taking shit, bro. It's not a coincidence. You and I are not testing positive for fucking Ostarine. I did my blood work. Like, why is it that only the athletes that are in a competition training for a fight are the ones that pop? It's got to stop, bro. No one believes these guys. No one.
Yeah, no, I agree, man. In fact, look, so there's two questions that I want to ask you spawning off of your answer. And man, honestly, I just appreciate you being so honest. You know, TBV is a long time ago, but I could tell you from doing my own show and having callers and having comments and people chatting and stuff, I appreciate when people keep it honest. And that's what you've done all since I've known you. And I appreciate that because man, it's like a lot of cheerleading out here. But I do want to ask you specifically one thing about Ryan before I go on to the JANIBEK stuff. I have been saying this for a really long time on this show, and you've known me a long time. I care much more about writing. I care much more about storytelling and the truth and what's right and wrong than I do about watching boxing, right? When I look at a guy like Haney and I see the amount of hate that he gets for what I don't understand. He beat a guy that everybody else didn't think he'd beat on a night that it was a very close fight, and they just can't let that go. I don't understand, right? The memes that they use against Ryan Garcia, despite the fact that he tested positive in that fight. But then you have this other sort of narrative, Ness, where Ryan Garcia belongs to a much darker place in the internet, you know, filled with Aiden Rosses and Neons and XQCs and some of the biggest live streamers in the world that deal with, you know, trans issues and mocking, you know, different communities and stuff like that. Ryan Garcia came out, blasted the N-word like he was fucking listening to NWA on repeat, tested positive, has been nothing but a black mark on boxing, you know, yelling out old ass conspiracy theories started by like guys like Alex Jones from the fucking 2000s. Is Ryan Garcia good for boxing or not, Ness? Is that fight with Devin Haney worth it or not?
I mean, that's definitely a trick question. In a perfect world, he's perfect and excellent for boxing. He brings in a large fan base that, you know, can potentially become part of the sport, join the sport, but he's making a mockery of the sport because, you know, I hate to get cliche and corny here, but with great power comes great responsibility. You can't have 12 million followers and be spewing bullshit. Like, did you see his back and forth with Dan Rayfield? Like, come on, terrible. Bro. You know what I mean? Like, you're 60 times over the limit and you're looking for excuses. Matias was 0.085 under the allowable limit of New York City. Keep in mind that on the WADA, World Anti-Doping Agency, there is no allowable limit. It's zero tolerance. You can't have a speck of ostarine in your body. That's how boxing should be. These guys, you got to affect them in their pocket. You can't only, you know, cancel their fight. They should be fined their purse, their entire purse. Get it out.
I would say something for sure.
Get it out your bank account. I don't care. You can no longer fight until that fine is paid. There's no payment plans. There's no IOUs. Pay that or your license is revoked. And you got to do a suspension. They're not strict enough. Why? Because the promoters don't want them to be. Listen, shout out to PBC for giving JANIBEK the boot. I know it had to be Louis DeCubas as the longtime manager of Laura, Cuban man himself, looking out for his Cuban fighter.
Yep.
Because clearly this could have went on the same way that it was going on with the Subriel and Dalton Smith. But PBC is saying, wait, you tested positive? Laura is clearly like, yo, 4 days out. I'm not taking Shane Mosley, Jesus Ramos to give y'all a better fight on 4 days notice. And I'm not fighting this guy. And he's within his right. He's within his right. But JANIBEK should be fined. The manager, take it a step further. Managers should get fined too. That's your fighter. You getting a percentage of his purse, you should suffer with him.
Whoa.
Absolutely.
Nestor Gibbs is not fucking around today. You're saying even the you know what though?
Absolutely. Bro,
you know what?
Tell me you haven't suspected that that's Aegis Klimas tweeting for JANIBEK who can't speak a word of English. So you got the power to grab your fighter's Twitter and tweet a fucking essay as if he speaks English, but you ain't got nothing to do with the negative, or excuse me, positive drug test. No. The whole goddamn team needs to get in trouble. The manager needs to be held accountable too, so that the next fighter he gets, he's strict on him and watching him. These managers should not be able to get up to 25% of someone's purse for doing what? What did you do? Tweaking? No, man. No, it's not fair.
You're
This
so
sport,
right. I'm
this
so
sport
happy
is ruined because we're not strong enough. We're weak. As boxing fans, we're weak. How many stupid people paid for that Conor Benn and Chris Eubank? Now you got Chris Eubank running around on the hospital bed saying he may never come back. And you got Conor Benn thinking he's a superstar for beating a half-drained fighter. Boxing is broken, bro, and the people that run it are broken.
Damn, bro. I'll be honest. I knew having you on. You're always honest. You're always gonna say what's on your mind. But man, these are some poignant and very, very cutting comments. I appreciate it. I really do. Because you're in this mood, I'm gonna just shift real quick. I have to. And I put this TikTok out. It got over 3,000 people to view it, and it had 80% like, and it was like 25% retweet, and then TikTok took it down. I don't know what I did. I don't know how I broke the system, but what I did was I took a clip from when Mauricio Suleiman was on your show about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, and the subject was 2-minute rounds in women's boxing and why it shouldn't be 3. And I heard him give this diatribe about a single test, about a single thing that they did, right? A full study on this idea that somehow women are more perceptive to concussions and head injuries, right? Now I looked at this study afterwards, right? And I saw the gaping holes in his philosophy, right? You had him back on and you pressed him again. And good for you to do it. And he stood on the same bullshit. And I can't see eye to eye with it. Ness, how do you feel about the refusing of moving to the 3-minute rounds? And do you believe that Mauricio or the WBC or boxing in general that doesn't want to move to it has a valid reason with these tests or studies? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken to Mauricio in depth, in person, and on my show about this. I was at the convention when it was, you were being brought up by, about 36 women. For starters, women are not on the same page. They're going to be split down the middle. You're going to get some women that want 3 minutes, some women that want 2 minutes, and then you got a group of women that are willing to do 3 minutes as long as the pay is equal to that. It is my belief that the WBC study is outdated. I don't have any facts to back that. He didn't give me a PDF of the study for me to read. I've never found it. What I can say is this. The question never gets answered straight. This study that you're doing, did you guys magically forget to ask the people in the study, do they spar 3-minute rounds in the gym? Are they sparring with women in the gym? Because they're not. I'm in the gym. They're not in the gym. Shadasia Green doesn't spar women. She spars Charles Conwell. She spars Kurt Cedes. She spars Hakeem Nurse. She spars men. Shadasia spars men. Clarissa spars men. So this ridiculous notion that women are more susceptible to taking damage, so we're only protecting them in a real fight because training doesn't matter, where they're doing more rounds. They're spending more time in the gym sparring. Like, everyone says that training is harder than the fight. So their study to me is outdated, bro. You can't be talking about, 2-minute rounds or 3-minute rounds in a 10-round fight when these girls are doing 3-minute rounds, 12 rounds in sparring. With men. Yes, maybe your trainer loves you and he's getting lighter men or telling some to dial it back. But when you chin check one of these dudes, you think they're not letting it go on you? Of course they are.
We
Of
saw
course
that
they
video
are.
with
Where Clarissa got dropped.
Clarissa got, yeah.
You know, so why didn't they rush in and say that's it? As the WBC, no longer are women going to be allowed to spar men in training. You know why? Because then they're going to have to spend millions of dollars on policing and sending WBC officials to check the gyms to see who's sparring who and to find them. Again, this sport is lacking policing. It's lacking policing. There's a million fucking gyms and no one knows what's going on. That's why everybody's adverse finding. You know,
Yeah.
bro, what's going on in these gyms? Because that's where this shit is at. JANIBEK didn't pop positive on fight night. It's in training camp, the gym. You know, people get concussed in the gym. I'm trying to think of the last fighter that they said he got hurt in sparring and then he still had to fight and he got even seriously hurt. I think it was one of those guys on a TCL. He kind of got knocked out in TCL and then they gave him a real fight and he got knocked out again. Oof. Bro, no one is policing. No one is worried about what's going on and what's, you know, right and wrong until something actually happens. Then everybody wants to clean things up.
Listen, brother,
it's just crazy, bro.
The 15 minutes went off, and so I was going to break it down for 15 minutes of boxing stuff. And so I just want to know, do you have like 5-10 minutes to go over some personal stuff? Okay, great. So listen, for those that don't know, you can go over to the Boxing Voice on YouTube, on literally every platform this is, and you can subscribe to the Boxing Voice. Now, I urge you to go to YouTube. It is much, much more fun as a listener. There goes the 15 minutes. As a listener to, you know, communicate. Ness, the Boxing Voice gives you a platform for you to get your voice out. It is the voice of the people. That's been the motto since day one. So go over to the Boxing Voice, and you can also follow Ness on @NessGTO on basically all platforms. So Ness, you, by the way, look great. You look like you've been in shape, been staying in shape. I've seen your videos over the last couple of years of working out pretty hard. You know, you're even doing workouts or walking on air. I want to ask you 2 questions about that. First of all, I want to ask you, what was the motivation for you to get up and start again? When you did it the first time, it was for boxing. It was to fight, right? This time you have yet, you know, none of this has been for boxing, which is even harder, I think, when you don't have a physical goal, like a real goal, right? Like your goal's internal. That's so much harder to keep. So I applaud you for that. But could all this lead to another Boxing Voice match for you?
Absolutely. Bro, I spent thousands on stem cell. I spent thousands on stem cell.
You've been doing stem cell?
Hell yeah. I did it October 15th.
Bro, how was it?
It was cool. It wasn't
I've always wanted to do it.
It wasn't anything crazy or super duper painful. Obviously, you know, you're dealing with big ass needles depending where you're getting your localized shot. So if you're afraid of needles, then that's gonna bother you. And you know, obviously the needle is very long to get to the point. But yeah, I mean, the pain is more like after I did both knees and shoulder plus an IV. So, you know, I definitely got pain because it's filling the gap. You know, they do the ultrasound and what I was trying to fill in cartilage, not fill in, but regrow worn out cartilage from bone on bone grinding. So that
basketball.
I mean, it could have been basketball.
Could have been basketball,
right?
Yeah.
I don't know, just old age. I don't know, but yeah, that's the goal, man. Actually, bro, I've been counting down the days. December 10th is when I'm medically cleared to work out truly again and smoke again. I got 3 months I don't smoke because I'm not trying to.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Listen, you know what? Even though I am a marijuana.
You got foggy. I mean, like muffled. What you said?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to say that you know, I am a huge advocate for cannabis, and I think that it has its purpose in a lot of ways, specifically for athletes when it comes to pain relief and a lot of other different things. You know, helping with sleep, helping with, you know, the body and its nervous system is affected in a lot of ways when you become a hyper athlete or a hyper fitness guy, right? And cannabis can absolutely help to find a middle ground there to keep you. But I say all that to say that it's always good when you can just go through a detox and get those toxins out and do that. Was it hard for you to stop smoking?
Nah, I mean, I always
Wow,
tell
that's great.
people I don't think weed is I don't know,
Addictive?
addictive.
Yeah, I agree.
But for me, you know, the money was on the line, right? So it's like, do I smoke and allow myself, you know, not to get the full benefit of the stem cell therapy because I'm too weak to refrain from smoking? So it was an easy no for me. Just
That's
you
a big,
know,
that's a man. That's what a man thinks when he is back against the wall. It's like, wait, am I built so fragile that I couldn't go a week, a month, a year without XYZ? You know what I
exactly.
mean? That's huge. Did the stem cells help physically? Have you felt the difference?
For sure. So I can feel it definitely in my knee and like feel it in the sense that I don't feel the pain that I used to feel in my knee.
Interesting.
And in my shoulder, obviously, you know, we did the ultrasound and I had tears in my shoulder, but I don't have the pain. Certain movements would give me pain, you know, swinging the arm a certain way. So it's good right now. I'm also taking peptides. That was also
Good. That's a very good,
that
very
was also
smart.
recommended by my
Yes.
doctor. But I'm only doing the Wolverine stack, the TB 500, and the BCP. I think it's 1295. That's
Mhm.
for bone joints and things like that. So it's just to help the recovery. I also did. Well, I think I did maybe 12 HBOT sessions, hyperbaric chamber sessions,
Wow.
and eight or seven
Do you have like like
red
a
light.
membership somewhere?
Well, I signed up when I was still in Vegas. I moved back to Florida permanently
Yeah.
about a week and a half ago or 2 weeks, I think. So that's why I've only did 7 red light, because the last 3 I just wasn't able to complete it with the time frame left for me to move. But I had bought a package of 20. And yeah, you know, I did. I was gonna do 10 and 10. I ended up doing 12 and 7, something like that, or 10
Nice,
and
nice.
7.
Now, with your experience, is stem cell, should that be considered performance enhancing if
No,
it's helping you with an injury? No, it is considered
no. I mean, but I
therapeutic.
know a fighter. I know a fighter that did it, and he did shoulder stem cell. I won't say his name in case you
Yeah,
know
yeah, yeah.
there is
That's
something
smart.
weird out there, and you're not allowed to do it in boxing. From what I know, it's like any other normal procedure,
Yeah, I
and
looked it up.
it's
You
not.
can use stem cell. You can use stem cell. I just looked it
Yeah,
up.
and
So you
it's
were saying,
not. It's not any thing that's on a banned substance list, right? Like
yeah,
stem
no,
cells. I went to Panama because I wanted real stem cells. I didn't want my. It's like you want stem cells, and they're gonna take it from your bone marrow and grow new stem cells. They're gonna be new, but they're still gonna be 34-year-old Mario bone marrow stem cells. You
word.
know, in Panama they get you know, umbilical cords, so you have fresh, brand new baby stem cells, which you know those are ready to kick ass, right? And in
Yeah.
America they got like 70%
Yeah,
success rate and
no,
stuff.
because our stem,
In
yeah,
Panama it's
it's
like 98%. You know, it's
yeah, no, no,
just
no. You're so right about this, man. This is so interesting. I wish I could talk to you about this stuff for like another fucking hour. But I want to ask you though. The reason why I bring that up is because there is this. I'm not going to say the names, right? You know, I'll say Montoya is one of them, but mostly because he's very adamant about it. So I know he doesn't mind being used in this kind of way. But there's this growing.
you muffled out again. You said there's this growing what?
This growing narrative that PEDs are anything that essentially help you to continue working out where you would not have been able to do so. So
Man, you are going
CBD,
in and out. What's going on?
really? I don't
Hell
know.
yeah.
I hear
It's like your mic is I'm losing you. But I think you said something about anything that can help you.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Way better.
Anything that can help basically keep you from being hurt and being able to work out.
That's
Because
not true.
because if not, because real quick, because you said earlier about JANIBEK that like people should not be testing positive with anything when it comes to combat sports, and I absolutely agree.
Yeah, but anything
when you go
on
through
the
these
banned
things,
substance list,
that's
though,
a fair point. That's a fair point.
Anything on the banned substance list, anything illegal, anything on the black, Ostarine can't be bought over the counter.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
a gray market or black market. That's it.
Mm.
That shit he popped for melondium. That you can only be prescribed that for heart issues. And if he got
it's a
heart
heart
issue,
in Eastern Europe that acts as a metabolic modulator, and what modulators
where
will
is he
do
from?
is affect how your body produces energy. So essentially, you can keep more energy even though you're going through the process of losing it.
And that specific drug is only in Eastern Europe. And where is he from? It's none of this is a coincidence, bro.
Yeah.
None of this is a
Well
coincidence,
said. Well said.
And Matthias's team is not happy with my stance, but it's like, bro, you killed someone in the ring. Like, just because you're Puerto Rican or just because I have a relationship with you doesn't mean that I'm gonna treat you different. When Nazim Richardson caught Margarito, we questioned every other fight. Cotto went there with an iPad, like, look, you cheated me too. He didn't say it because Margarito got caught in his fight. He got caught after Cotto's fight in another fight, and Cotto became suspicious. That's how it works. Your body of work is going to be put into question. The fact that people are like, oh yeah, he killed somebody, but now look, man, it was only 0.08. Like, bro, that shit don't belong there. I just want the batch number. I just want the lot. You see, when Ryan tried to point the finger at NutriBlast, they came out and tested their whole lot number.
Oh yeah, CEO went out there like, nah, fuck that.
It ain't us, and ain't us. And if you say it again, we suing you. Ashwanda did the same thing when he blamed it on Ashwanda, and that's what I'm saying. Only a guy like Ryan gets to lie to you 4 times, and you still believe him. First it was Ashwanda, then it was NutriBlast, then it was the mishandling of his test. Then it was the Haney's, it was Victor Conti, it was Vada. Bro, and somehow people still believe him. This kid should be the little boy that cried wolf being eaten by the wolf. And he's not. He's not. You got this other streamer, super popular, doesn't say anything, just lets him say anything on his live stream and lie to his public. I don't do that. You come on my show lying, I'm nipping you in the bud, because guess what? You're about to taint the minds of my audience. Don't come here with lies. Tell the truth.
Word.
I don't understand what's going on, but again,
it's because you're a grown ass man, dog.
We're in, bro. This is the sport we're in, where dollars make more sense.
Listen, last topic I want to bring up to you. We got the Roach fight this weekend, and it is a good scrap. It's a good card. Let me ask you this though: when Pitbull and Roach go into the ring on Saturday night, do both of them go into it believing that the winner's fighting Tank? Or with Tank's last year, is it basically going in there to become the new Tank? What do you think is going on Saturday? What are the stakes?
Well, for Pitbull, he's already said, win in this fight. I don't remember the direct quote, if he said he becomes the face of boxing or he gets a step closer to being the face of boxing. But obviously, he has his own goals and ambition, and they don't seem to have anything to do with Tank. For Lamont, he basically said the same, that he had a contracted rematch. Tank took the Jake fight, but this fight was given to him to make up for that. So he can't double back unless Tank offers it. And he also moved up to 40. Does he really want to go back down? I mean, when he posted his picture, he went viral for looking jacked. Does he want to go back down to 30 and 35? I don't think so. I think both of these guys move on. Shakur offered Lamont an opportunity. He might need to jump on that if, it's really there.
Well said. Final prediction for Saturday: Pitbull and Roach. Who's winning?
I'm picking Lamont. I just think that, uh, what's his face is just limited, bro. He's limited.
He is limited.
Rayo kicked his ass. Tank beat him with one hand. I just and look, I'm not a Roach guy. I didn't know Roach was that good, and maybe we're over assessing him because of who he got the draw with. But at the end of the day, I seen him take Tank's power. I seen him sit in the pocket with Tank. Yeah, man, my money's on Roach, bro. My money's on Roach.
That's what's up. Hey, I said one last thing. I swear to God. Eddie, do you agree with him that Devin Haney's performance was good and boring, or did Devin Haney show up that night and
Eddie is being a promoter, champ? Eddie is being a promoter. If you think about it, this video, because the internet is undefeated, this video of Eddie praising Devin and calling him the future, and that's when he was promoting Devin. Now he's no longer promoting Devin, so Devin is no longer the future. It's really just that simple. I know I'm considered the Haney voice, so what I say is going to fall on deaf ears, but to me, that fight wasn't boring. But I'm the same guy that's never complained about Mayweather-Pacquiao. See, I am a true boxing fan. I know Mayweather's style like I know Devin's style like I fucking know Shakur's style. Why would I be mad? T.O. is the one that is going to be mad for Shakur doing what he does, but he needs to be mad at himself because you know exactly what he's going to do because he's only fought one way. So if you think Devin is boring, don't tune in. You're there front row. And they were super disrespectful and weird. You got Conor laying on his shoulder. It was just weird. But again, in America is where, we consider things, maybe I guess we're homophobic over here. I don't know. But we look at those things pretty weird in America. To them, it's no big deal. I don't know. But you were there for a reason. Were you hoping that Brian Norman fights because that style is better suited to you? It's clear that that's what you were hoping for. You don't want the true challenge. You wanted the physical challenge with Brian Norman, and that's understandable. But to take a dump on Devin for doing what people thought he wasn't going to do, he went into that fight an underdog. So I don't know how could the fight be boring. Again, to me, it was not. But again,
agreed.
I didn't think the Pacquiao fight with Mayweather was boring.
I feel you, champ. Appreciate you coming through. Nest GTO on all platforms. You can go to the Boxing Voice. You can sign up to their Patreon and get tons of access to a bunch of great stuff. More than anything, allow your voice to be heard on the show that is the voice of the people. Nest, thank you again for tapping in. I appreciate you, champ. Let me know. I'll come through whenever.
Yeah, man. Every day we live, bro. You're more than welcome. You know that.
Appreciate it, champ. Love you, big dog. Right. I'll talk to you soon.
Peace.
Appreciate it. Yo, shout out to Nest, big dog. That was listen. We've been doing this long enough, right? I know what he just did for me. Right. He did what I did for him the other day on the Boxing Voice. You know what I'm saying? Like, he said the real shit. Right. Even though he knows, right? Like, see, it's easier for me to be honest and do this, right? Compared to Ness. Because for me, I was in this game and I did it as a journalist. I made personal connections with people personally, right? So the people that still fuck with me today, right? Even like Shadeja Green, I used to work for her. I used to work for her team. Okay. And even today, I don't expect anything from her. I don't expect her to jump on anytime or give me breaking news. Nothing, right? It's a relationship, back and forth. With Ness, it's different, right? The platform he is control of has a huge narrative basis within the community. So he says stuff and they're going to get upset. The people that give him interviews, the people that, do the show. And here's the thing is they're not doing it for Ness, right? They're doing it for themselves, right? Because it's a give and take, right? Ness gets the content, but they get to promote a narrative that they want. So it's much more difficult for someone like Ness to come out here and say how he really feels and really talk about it. Hey, shout out to Coach Tolbert. Appreciate you, champ. Adrian in the chat, appreciate you too. Yeah, it's so much more difficult for someone like him to come on and just be honest about like the way things are going. But I want to talk real quick before we get back to the PBC card, what he said about Eddie and Haney and the Conor Benn situation. I had made these same kind of comments in terms of what I thought Eddie was doing, right? And everybody's like jumping on him. You saw Rick, right? Rick was out there talking shit, like, look at you, Eddie. When you had Haney, you were saying it was the future, and now you don't. And this is absolutely right. It's the same thing with Oscar and Canelo. Remember when Canelo was the premier attraction in the world and the best fighter in the world, according to De La Hoya? Well, do you remember when that stopped being the case? Because it was right after he lost control of his fight career. So this isn't like, if we were to put Eddie on a lie detector and ask him questions about Haney and Conor Benn and who wins, ask him questions about what he thought about the Haney fight, ask him questions about, was he telling the truth when he was saying that he thought Haney was the field? Like, if we were to ask him all that, it would be, you would see the lies, right? But that's promoting, right? That is the art of promoting. You're trying to tell people how great something is, how great someone is, and you're trying to create a narrative that creates stakes that make people want to watch, right? Right now, as it exists, and shout out to Ness because he's so right about this. The conversation exists right now that Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia is one of the biggest fights that could be made in 2026. And the likelihood is it will be made, not because Ryan deserves it, not because, even I don't even know if it's that Haney believes Ryan Garcia is, like good enough to beat him at this point or a threat. I mean, obviously he lost the first one, but when you have the ability to claim it's performance enhancing drugs or somebody made you go down too far in weight, like you have that narrative there, right? There are some people that still believe Ryan Garcia has a chance against Tank simply because Tank utilized his A side abilities to bring Ryan Garcia down in weight. And so when you look at all of that and you look at the narrative of what it is, Ryan Garcia has no business being one of the top matchups of the year next year because nobody should give a fuck about whether he wins a next fight or not. He needs to prove to the world of boxing, his fans, his detractors, that he is legitimately a boxer, that he is a dedicated athlete. Because as it stands right now, I feel like he is just the other side of the coin for a Jake Paul, where Jake Paul is this guy who got into boxing to utilize it for his brand's sake. Ryan Garcia was a fighter who then used, huh? Oh, you're talking to Chala. Ryan Garcia is a guy who doesn't deserve to be in that fight, hasn't earned his spot. He lost to Rolly last, for Christ's sakes. Why is it that people are so interested to see this fight? Well, there's only two reasons. One, the first fight, and two, Ryan Garcia. It's not that he's this huge superstar beloved by millions. That's not what this is. This is a Jake Paul, Floyd Mayweather type of situation. The people that love him, love him. The people that want to see him lose, they want to see him lose even worse than the people that want to see him win. That's just the truth. Okay, so when you watch a Ryan Garcia fight, when you commit to wanting to see a Ryan Garcia fight, you fall into one of those two camps, right? Like this weekend with Pitbull and Roach, there are fans of theirs that want them to win. There aren't very many people that hate Pitbull enough to see him lose, or Roach hate him enough to see him lose. That's the difference. There isn't this, awesome, like, metaphorically beautiful thing about Ryan Garcia's career as it relates to the Mexican American and the narrative on immigrants and things like that and what it means to be American. That doesn't fucking do with that. That has nothing to do with any of it. This is about people wanting to see the grossest shit in the world. That really is. That's why Aiden Ross's brand risk exists. It only exists so that the stupidest fucking people on the internet can do the stupidest fucking things in front of people and get paid. Yo, I'm going live with I'm going live with D-Style later, and he asked me if we wanted to talk about the Bret Hart saying Vince and Sean were gay together. You know the fuck I want to talk about that. That's all I want to talk about. That's all I've wanted to talk about. Nobody else wants to talk about. Oh, no, nobody else wants to have a real conversation about it, right? Everybody wants to say, oh, Bret's just being a fucking spaz like usual. Oh, Bret Hart's just talking shit. No, he's not. He's being fucking honest, dude. Go back to the 90s. Shawn Michaels used to pull his pants down to a bunch of kids in the front row to show his pubes. He used to show his ass and beg women to show their tits at the fucking event. How is that not the most debaucherous shit you could even think of in wrestling at that point? Like, his entire gimmick was he was kind of a gay superstar, like the first gay male superstar. He posed for Playgirl, like nothing. And here's the other part about it. Bret never said it was wrong. He didn't say it wasn't cool. He said he thought he was the one who suffered between the lover spat that was Vince McMahon and Shawn Michaels. But you can't go back to that time and tell me that there isn't like not evidence, but there isn't like innuendo there, right? Like, Vince really liked him, really loved him some Shawn. And Shawn literally felt like he could do anything in the company and not face payback or not face any sort of like repercussions. Like, that's absolutely true. Okay. So to suggest that Bret's just hating is bullshit. But anyway, yeah, we're going to go live. I'll be live with D-Style later. So go to D-Style's channel on YouTube and subscribe so you can catch the conversation where we tell the world that Shawn and Vince were gay together. There's nothing wrong with it. You know, also, I'm done saying that too. I'm done saying that part. I saw Tucker Carlson and Pierce Morgan's podcast the other day. I don't watch Tucker Carlson, but there was a clip on. And so I saw the clip and I was like, the fuck are these idiots talking about? So like I went and checked it out, and literally the whole show was Tucker Carlson high off his mind, dude. High out of his mind. Listen to me. I Zen, right? I use Zen. I'm not promoting it at all. No part of me is promoting Zen. Okay. I use it because I have a real problem with this. Okay. And this problem has, here, I'll show y'all. This is why you don't dip. You see that hole? You see that hole right here? That one right there. That is from using tobacco. So I use Zen to counterbalance the need for a pick-me-up during the day. I use it on the show quite often. Now I use 6 milligrams, and that's the highest in Zen, I think. I mean, it's all they have at the stores, 3 and 6. So I will pop when I need it. I will pop 2 6 milligrams of Zen. Okay, that's 12 milligrams of caffeine, or Zen, I guess, whatever. They're nicotine pouches, so it's like caffeine and nicotine, whatever. But anyway, that's 12 grams, right? I've never gone over 12 grams. It is like maybe like 1 out of every 5 times that I use 12 grams, I'll get the shakes and I'll spit it out right away. My stomach will hurt. My chest will fucking beat. But majority of the time I'm okay, right? The majority of the time I could keep it in for like an hour or so and I'll be chill, right? As long as I'm not having like coffee or like a Monster, like an energy drink or something like that. I have personally seen what's his name use like 9 milligrams. So that's 27 milligrams of nicotine pouches, which is like enough to fucking have anyone zooted off their ass, bro. And that man was zooted off his ass. And they were having a conversation about whether it's okay to say the F word for gay people. And then they were like saying like, oh, well, there's like language, I could use it, whatever, blah, blah. And it was like literally a conversation about, is it gay of men to not be okay with, or to be okay with gay people. Like, what the fuck, bro? This is the shit y'all talk about on the right. Like, people who watch Tucker Carlson, is this what you tune in for? To have a conversation about whether it's manly to be cool with gay people? That's fucking nuts, dude. It's like the opposite of what I'd expect a conversation about being a man. You know what I'm saying? Like, first of all, Tucker Carlson doesn't even like give that vibe. He has this pompous haircut that you just stuff in a locker, right? And like, I'm gonna say something real wild right now. This is gonna be wild as shit, and I know it. All right. But I'm watching this Pierce Morgan interview, right? And Tucker's playing this whole fucking like man game or whatever. And he's like, I'm not gay. Are you gay? You like gay people? Oh, you like, oh, you're cool with gay people? Like all this whole shit, right? And I'm thinking to myself, dude, if I was in a room with Tucker, like I could make him do anything I wanted. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you're this man, like this masculine dude. Like, you would be a bitch in any fucking room with any fucking person in the world. You talk nothing but shit, but you project this like pussy fucking like this bitch made fucking attitude, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird. I'm sorry, it just bothers me so much, right? Like, I'm not a Billy badass, never have been. I've got my ass kicked enough to know I'm not. All right. This motherfucking stab wound right here, this reminds me every fucking day not to be a Billy badass. I'm not saying that everybody should get their ass kicked or stabbed. I'm just saying that when you go your entire life without suffering the repercussions of talking shit, it's like you just have this feeling like you can talk shit whenever you want, you know? But anyway, fuck it. So back to the JANIBEK stuff. We are going into the wrestling here afterwards. And I want to remind everybody, in an hour's time, we will be switching over to Twitch, where we're going to be running some WWE 2K25 and some Undisputed. In fact, let me just run it real quick. I'm just going to get it ready. Huh? Oh, I stacked it. You didn't see? Look. You see him? That's it's the John Cena benching, and then they all got the weight. Let me see. I think I could pull it. Yeah, it's just the workout thing. That's like where I put all my workout books and like my fitness shit. So I don't know. It's motivating for me. All right. I'm gonna go roll it. I'm gonna bring stuff to roll it. I'll be right back. No, you're right. All right. Let's see. How are we gonna run this? Let's see. Thank you, my love. I appreciate it. I told everybody about canola. Hey, do you think there's any chance that they're just trying to get us for more cash because we've got the discount on the surgery?
I mean, another $100, I guess.
I mean, maybe,
Because
right?
that's what it cost. It cost 48
Eh,
today,
48 and
it's gonna
48,
cost
yeah. So I guess
48.
it's just an extra 50 is really what it is, right?
Yeah.
I can't find my fucking
I'm so
wire.
mad that they said that she was eating this. It's right behind you.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, you're
wait.
I bet you said lighter.
Oh, light. No. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, she did not pull those stitches out. She may have walked too much, but she didn't bite.
Yeah, I don't think she pulled them out. But
Now,
they were
the
like,
other
they
thing
like
was-
bitched me out. They were like, she needs to have her cone on. She had 2 broken stitches, and I was like,
Did they pull them out when they?
no.
pulled off-
Oh, they
when
could have.
pulled off the
They
gauze?
could have.
Because
Yeah.
That gauze got stuck. That's why I left it there.
Yeah. And I told him you had already I had told him that you had already what's it called?
When I saw it yesterday, they didn't look like any busted stitches. I think that they pulled them out when they pulled off the gauze.
Gotcha.
That's just my opinion.
All right. Okay. Let's connect the PlayStation. Oh, here it is. Okay. Jesse and Adrian asked in the chat in the IG because I can't show IG chats or Twitch. I mean TikTok. God damn it. Why does this always happen, dude? Like signs me out every fucking time. Oh, here we go. 21. All right, looks like it's going through. Oh, the Diddy doc. That's right. How is it? Got it. Uh-huh. Shut the fuck up. So they have actual footage?
Please leave your message for 36176.
Wow. That's crazy. Okay, so they wanted to know about the Dan Rafael Ryan Garcia beef. Now, this was a few days ago. I think it was over the weekend, if I'm not mistaken. Dan Rafael put blah 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 at Real David Haney is a 3-division world champion, including undisputed title, and didn't have to cheat. Your Austrian levels were 60 times allowable in New York. Maybe Devin dropped dropped by you 3 times. Wait, maybe Devin was dropped by you 3 times, but kept getting up, which is more than you did against Tank. I may be fat, but I'm no sucker for your propaganda. You still sore. I was 100% accurate on every single thing I reported about your positive drug test that you said I lied about. Have a blessed day. And then Ryan Garcia said, I'm sorry you aren't accurate. Wait, I'm sorry you aren't accurate. How's that a question mark? I'm sorry you aren't accurate. Question. Okay. Well, Ryan Garcia also can't read and write. Do you report that the supplements had traces of ostarine in it? You wait, what? Bro, I'm sorry, you aren't accurate. Did you report that the supplement had traces of ostarine in it? You didn't because you didn't care about that part. It's just sad that because of my political views and when I was speaking about children sex trafficking, you started bitching. You started being a bitch towards me. Fucking weirdo. You lost all credibility. Don't really matter. Nobody listens to your takes anyway. And I wonder fucking why. Barely got a job, head ass. Yo, Ryan, you know you're not black, right? You know you're not black, and you know that you didn't grow up like in any sort of like hood situation or instance in which you were verbalized or canonized, which with any sort of like hood or set or anything like that, right? You're not a tough guy. You're not. And also, you're a bitch. You don't know shit. You're uneducated. You didn't go finish school. You didn't finish any of your stuff, right? You know little to nothing about the real world, but you protest to be something much more than a boxer. The problem that Ryan Garcia doesn't understand is that he thinks he's more important and valuable in life than he actually is. The truth is, he has nothing to offer beyond his physical prowesses. And I don't even know if those are worth anything anymore. Certainly not at the professional level, certainly not at the highest level in the professional level. At the end of the day, Ryan Garcia is a mediocre boxer whose claim to fame is trolling. That's it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he would listen to me. Ryan Garcia would never, ever go on the Boxing Voice, ever, right? Never in a million years. Like, I could say like, oh, he wouldn't come on my show, but that's because I don't have any views, right? I mean, obviously I have a great community and y'all are awesome, but people like Ryan care about hundreds and thousands and millions of views and clicks and stuff like that, right? So you have to say the most preposterous, stupidest shit in the world. You look at a guy like Neon, right? And I don't even know how many of you follow or understand the Twitch world, the Kick world, the live streaming world, but Neon has, for the last like year or so, I think, rebranded himself, right? Because originally in his career, he was just that troll. He was a guy who would say anything. He's banned from like 3 different countries. I think India is one of them. And I think he's Indian. Like nobody likes that kid, right? But they tolerate him. Why? Well, he pays for interviews, right? He pays for all the basketball players and rappers to come on his stream. Same thing with Aiden Ross. Like, these guys are friends based on business. They don't actually have friends. And so when you're a guy like Ryan Garcia and you belong to this cabal of fucking kids that don't know shit but have the access to millions of people throughout the internet, what you get is a world of dipshits in which exists people that think that they can say whatever they want and there's no real world responsibility towards it, right? Like, the craziest shit that I've heard like Sneeko say, or like Neon, or Aiden Ross, or Ryan Garcia, or any of these guys, it's not that they're stupid. It's not that they're ill-informed. They're kids. They're mad about things that they think they understand that they don't. He's talking about the sex trafficking ring. Meanwhile, you are fucking peddling President Trump, right? You think that it's politics. It's not politics. It's that you're talking about saving kids from being molested while also perpetrating with the most molestery people in the world. You live in a world in LA. You live in a world of debauchery. You live in a world of criminal mischief constantly perpetrated on blacks, gays, women, Hispanics, every single minority, including white kids. White kids go to LA and they turn them out like fucking tricks. Okay, gay kids, gay little white boys, women, girls, young girls. They're all victimized in this place that you call home based on this idea that entertainment is a commodity that you can control, but it's not. It's propaganda that you use to navigate these streams, right? I don't ever care if I see Ryan Garcia fight again. Why? Because I don't fucking care about him. He's not a great boxer. He has nothing to offer. And I don't think he has the maturity, the talent, or the dedication to be the best version of himself. Could Ryan Garcia, the version that we've seen in the past, be a special fighter? Absolutely. But to be a special fighter, you have to do special things, right? Oscar De La Hoya, Canelo, Mayweather, go down the list of the greatest fighters of all time, Sugar Ray Leonard. You will see guys who had something raw, something great, quality, but it had to be caressed and propelled carefully through the navigation of stardom. Okay. Look at a guy like Mike Tyson. Okay. His trainer, who he loved and saw as a father, saw something in him beyond Brownsville, beyond the muggings, beyond the gangs and the drugs and the harsh conditions that Mike Tyson was forced to grow up in. Okay. He saw past that. He saw a kid that was hurt. He saw a kid that needed guidance. He saw a kid that needed a father, somebody he could look towards to see the right thing, different from the shit that he grew up with. And look what it did for him, man. I don't think he'd be alive without Cuss. Ryan Garcia needs that desperately, more desperately than anyone else, really. Seems like a lost dude. The difference is when you grow up like Mike Tyson, you go through all those trials and tribulations. They make you into they create a confidence in your head that make you realize like nothing touches you. You're invincible. But that's not the way that Ryan perceives himself. That's not the way Ryan carries himself. He looks like everything bothers him. He looks like the kind of guy who throws a pissy fit over every negative thing said about him. And look, it's not fair for people to just continue to attack him for nothing, but it's not for nothing. This fucking kid doesn't know how to keep his foot out, or should know how to keep his foot in his fucking mouth by now. And he doesn't. He doesn't because, again, he's just this lost kid. He has no guidance, right? His parents treat him like a fucking cash cow as far as I'm concerned, from the outside looking in, right? And that's the other part of this. He is completely shut down the media side of whatever he does. The only things that Ryan Garcia does in the media are on platforms for which he will never be challenged, and he can purport any stupid bullshit he wants. He is one of the dumbest motherfuckers in boxing today. I mean, and would somebody even debate me on that? Please debate me on that. But I don't think anybody would come up here trying to sell you on the pound for pound greatness of Ryan Garcia. No. For what? What has he done in this sport that has garnered any sort of demand? I can't even consider it. I really can't, because on one side, here's the thing. If you want to see like, oh, Devin and Ryan, who's the good guy? Who's the bad guy? Well, let's just break them down in A and B, right? So fighter A is a 3-division world champion, right? He has unified and undisputed weight classes. And going through his promotional record, you can see that Haney took chances when no one else was taking them. When everyone else was still on that other side of the street bullshit, Devin Haney was out there for himself. And I don't mean that in like a bad way, like he's selfish. Or yes, I do mean he was selfish, but that's a good thing in boxing. He wasn't thinking about his promoter. He wasn't thinking about his advisor. He wasn't thinking about who he was going to think after the fight. This kid, Devin Haney, and his father, Bill, were looking for the best fights. And they were also looking to be in a position where they could also continue to get the best fights, right? This wasn't just, oh, I'm leaving one guy to sign a fucking another deal with another. No, that doesn't do anything, right? Going from PBC to Golden Boy, all that does is go from one side of the street to the other. The difference between saying, I don't give a fuck what street you're on, I'll meet you in the middle of that hood, in the middle of the street, and we will run this fade. That was Devin Haney. That was Devin Haney, who ran from Showbox to Top Rank to Matchroom to make all the best fights that he could try to make when other promoters were locking out the best talent. You look at a guy like Oscar, who's, talked all this shit about Boots and Verge fighting, and now what are we hearing? That Verge is too much of an A-side for Boots? That this fight isn't ready yet because Oscar hasn't made enough money off of Verge yet? They haven't milked the cow enough to cash him out? Is that what we're saying? Or we're just saying that Verge couldn't beat Boots? I don't know. I don't know what the message is from Oscar, but that kind of talk is exactly what we don't like. Who today could be a fan of Oscar De La Hoya and or Golden Boy as a promoter, as a matchmaker, when he is steadfast on keeping boxing in the same position it was 20 years ago, or whenever he first launched Golden Boy and the Cold War started between Golden Boy and Top Rank at a time when there was no PBC. There was an Al Heyman, but there was no PBC. There was two sides of the street, and the best fighters were on each side. Maybe there was a couple scattered throughout, weight classes, and for Lou or Kathy Duva, or like a few other promoters out there might have had like one or two or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's the same bullshit. So I sit here and I say, is Oscar De La Hoya like afraid of the Boots fight, or is he just not in a position where he has as much talent as he used to? I don't know. I think it's just fucking clear as day. Where can I buy some of that Kazakh power JANIBEK was on? Well, first of all, you need a heart problem. Second of all, you need to be from Eastern Europe. And second of all, you need to deny that you took anything when it comes up. Shout out to Machine Gun Matt Champ. You could check him out, by the way. Oh shit, D just texted me. Let me see. Where the fuck is it? I don't know what I did with it. Matt, I sent the thing if you want to if you want to jump on. Obviously I don't know how much time you have or whatever, but yeah, so JANIBEK no longer on the card. What does that do for the card? Iris Lindy Lara is now going to fight Johan Gonzalez, and let's go ahead and look at Johan Gonzo, and let's see what kind of matchup we're going to get. Now, if you're not familiar with Johan, he is a veteran fighter from, where is he from? Let me see. Venezuela. I thought it was Colombia, but so Venezuela. This is a guy who has fought. Oh, let me share this with y'all. So this is a guy who has fought. What the fuck? Oh shit, that does not look good. Jesus, dude, fucking BoxRec sucks. I think I'm off IG. Oh no, never mind. Okay, so here it is. Oh, you can't see this shit. What the fuck? Hello. No, nothing much. I was calling to tell you I sent you the live link. No, it's all good. Ness just jumped off, so whenever you want. If you want to come over, you can, but it's up to you. All right, sounds good. Later. Okay, later. Oh, got it. All right, later. All right. So, fuck. I don't know why it's doing this, dude. I don't know why it's doing this. It's like moving so weird and random. Ah, here it is. All right, so I'm just gonna run it real quick. Can y'all hear it? I can't even fucking hear it. Let me see. What is going on? Oh. All right, so if you are not familiar with Johan Gonzalez, he is 2-2 in his last 4 fights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he's 5-3 in his last 8 fights. He just recently beat Jarrett Hurd. That was back in March at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. Before that, he lost to Tellez, who's 8-0, and that was last year. And he's fought guys like Jesus Ramos. Is on his resume. But for the most part, he's just really been a home kind of fighter, fighting mostly in Venezuela, mostly against guys with, pretty shitty records. A couple of these guys were undefeated, but like 5-0, one of them 16-0. He lost to Magomed Kurbanov. That was when he was 23-0 back in 2022. And obviously today, he's remembered best for losing to Israel Madrimov. But that is who we have in Johan Gonzalez. Orthodox fighter, pretty straightforward. He's not afraid to put his head on your chest and just bang away. He's really, really not afraid to do that whatsoever. Let's get a warm up in. How about that? So oh shit. Oh, look, check it out. So we bought the thing. So, or the purchase fighter. So they had the Usyk, and then they have the the old Fury, or the new Fury, and then the old fat Fury. Where is he? So what I would like to do. Wait. Dude, how is AJ still not on this shit? Zelly Zang. Zelly Zang. So they got the Pacquiao, the old one though. All right. Oh, I have JANIBEK too. I forgot. All right. Who are we going to use to beat Ryan Garcia's ass? Let's see. What if we do Canelo? This is like the Canelo that everyone hated on. I wish they would have done like way more with this shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, give us some like other stuff that we could use, right? I thought they had Ryan Garcia in welterweight. Oh, Puerto Rico, Mexico. Let's fucking get it. You know it's got to be in Mexico. No, it's got to be in MSG. I'm giving the Puerto Rican I'm giving the Puerto Rican the ability to take the fight here. All right. I think that's very cool of me to do. So anyway, didn't he beat Jared Hurd? Yeah, he beat Jared Hurd. Look, I don't expect this to be a problem for Lara. In fact, if you think about it, God damn, this is loud. My name is Todd Gresham. What the hell are you talking about, Johnny? So anyway, the point that okay, this is way too loud. I'm gonna mute it for now. Okay, so anyway, you have Irislandi Lara now set up in a position where he is essentially I think in a position to showcase, if I'm being honest. It sucks, dude. It sucks because this was a really good fight on paper to see just what JANIBEK has, right? And also just what what the fuck? I don't know what I did here. I don't know what I did. Oh well. So I don't have the or you know what? I'll just do this. Who is better? Canelo? Yeah, Canelo is way better than I. I don't. I don't think there's a Puerto Rican fighter better than Canelo, pound for pound. I mean, maybe Tito, but certainly not Hector Camacho. Hector Camacho is incredibly gifted as an offensive fighter. Incredibly gifted. He had two things that most fighters don't have at a high level together, and that was ring IQ and approach. And both of those things he utilized to devastate his fucking opponents, like for real, for real. So I don't think that it could be a situation where it's like, oh, it's this simple or whatever. You know what I mean? But anyway, looking at the champions list right now, right? You got JANIBEK, who was the WBO and the IBF, and then you had WBA with Irislandi Lara, and then Carlos Adames has the WBC. Now the middleweight division has become mostly just like nothing. I mean, it really has. Like coming off the back of an era in 2018 with Canelo and Golovkin, and that's not even including Daniel Jacobs and a lot of the quality guys that came from 154. Come on, you bitch. Yeah, get the fuck down. Where you going? Oof. I forgot I had that shit on mute. Oh shit, bro. That he's got the long, like, I don't know how you do that with that longer reach and you hit with the body. Like, I try to do that, but it don't work. God damn it. I'm Alvarez in that round. That kills that Crawford fight for JANIBEK too. They better take his belts for the PED. That's what I was going with it. I really, really feel like this is bullshit. I mean, we were about to unify a division that has really had nothing great to say about it in a couple years. I just don't feel like okay, when you looked at this card top to bottom, what was different about this card as opposed to the David Benavidez Ring 4 card was that the main event was great, right? Like, it's not that Yarde and David Benavidez wasn't a solid scrap. It just wasn't a like top pay-per-view. Like, that's not a main event pay-per-view, right? That is the kind of fight you can put on a stacked ass card. Okay. But this fight was based on the, stackability of the fucking card, right? Top to bottom, it was a solid show. I just, I do think they should take the belts then. If he's not going to be fighting anytime soon, then fuck that, bro. Yo, what the fuck is going on? Why does it keep buffering? That's so weird. It was a card of nice competitive fights. And that's exactly what it was. You looked at JANIBEK and Laura and you said to yourself, hey, I don't know if JANIBEK is real. He's never, he hasn't really had a career yet that has given us any like super great highlight reel, stoppages against elite level competition, right? And he's like not commercially known enough, specifically in America, to really, you know what he is? He's like a worse version of Andrade, right? Like, if Andrade wasn't a black American and instead he was a white European, that's like even worse. You're not going to get fights with anybody. Nobody wants to fucking fight you. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody wants to fight that guy. But they man, it's so hard. It's like, I don't think that guilty until proven innocent is the way things should work. Not at all. But I do think that it's unfair to the rest of the division, right? Because now when is like, let's say JANIBEK doesn't get stripped. Let's say that JANIBEK just doesn't fight this time. They slap him on the wrist or whatever, or even they come back and say, hey, that was a contamination issue. Like, let's say in 2 weeks' time, we come back and we have word, okay, this was a mix-up. This was a problem with the lab, right? We didn't secure the findings well enough or the sample well enough or whatever. And he's cleared. Well, I mean, that sucks for him, right? For sure. But It also sucks for everybody else who now the titles and their defenses are pushed back even further. We're going to have to wait even longer for the WBO and the IBF champion at middleweight to figure out his shit. In between that, what do we do? Like, they're just going to probably stick a bunch of interim belts on people, right? And that's the way they do this. You know, it's about making money. And you don't make money with one belt. You make money with 2 belts or 3 in some cases. Shit, there were times in the WBA had 4 belts active in a single division. In as many sanctioning bodies that had belts at a weight class, this fucking organization had just as many belts out there for the welterweight or junior middleweight or cruiserweight or whatever the fuck. So many. Like, if you don't remember during like the 2000, like the middle of the 2010s, we would go on the Boxing Voice and we would like literally scroll down the entire fucking thing and watch it and look at it and be like, yo, this is crazy. The WBA had, it was the WBA had like at least 2 champions per division for like the vast majority of the divisions. Minimum 2 champions. And some of them they would have 3. So they would have like the world champion, then they'd have the interim champion, then they'd have the world galactic champion or whatever bullshit it was. It was stupid. It was all bullshit. All right. I just want to test this out a little bit longer because I need to see if Twitch is even going to be working long enough for me to. See, he keeps trying to get that angle on me. You ain't going to take that angle, bitch. Look at this. See? And watch me turn him over. Watch me turn him over. Watch me. Ah, he's tricky. Damn it, dude. God damn it. I want to catch him with that uppercut so bad. Oh, that Canelo uppercut. That one where he shoots it up. I want to catch him so bad with that. Come here, Hector. Come here. Hector, come here. Hector. Oh, got him with that one. That was a power shot. Oh, he caught me with that counter. Fuck. So it's going to be, nah, I don't think so. Let me check. It was supposed to be, what was it? Oh, no, Ness was on earlier, champ. You can scroll, you can go back to the show at the very beginning. He was on, I think, at the 20-minute mark, 15-minute mark. I don't remember. Maybe 30. I don't know. He's the only guest I had. So when you see a second person pop up that's Dominican, that's when he was on. All right. Let me smoke a little bit as we continue down the card. So now that we know where we are here and what fights we're getting next. What the hell? That's not. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it here, champ. I don't see it here. Maybe it's next week. Maybe you got confused with the date. Oh, you're talking about the Japanese card on New Year's Eve, right? I would love to live stream that. I would love to live stream that, but we're gonna be watching Stranger Things on that night, champ. It's in the movie theaters too, so they're doing the 3 shows on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, and then they're gonna do the last one on December 31st. But they're gonna put it in theaters because it's like 2 hours and 30 minutes. That last one, it's like a fucking movie. Told him again. I told him again. All right, I'm gonna say something, right? Everybody knows that they used to call me Manchester Mario on the Boxing Voice, right? And everybody would think, oh man, all he does is like UK fighters. Not true, not true. Boxing was more popping in the UK. That's why I was always following it. But I will say this though. UK rappers are terrible. I'm sorry, I said it. I don't mean to be mean. I don't mean to be a hater, but like Ren from the UK is one of 3 rappers that I think are good. Not just good, really, really good. Ren is probably like top 25 pound for pound best lyricist active right now. Easily, maybe even top 10 active right now. Right. I wouldn't count Eminem in that. Right. I wouldn't count Nas, even though they both had recent albums not that long ago. I wouldn't count it. I wouldn't count it because, you know, Ren's putting out music every day, you know, or like every year at least. But yo, these UK rappers are terrible, dude. I'm sorry. Like, I remember when Drake had that big old controversy after he got his ass beat to Kendrick, and then he started trying to like buy good vibes and shit, right? Because like after Drake lost that battle, he came out and he was like, I just want to be making music for the ladies. This is all I want. And it's like, dude, you're fucking 40. You're still making Loverboy music. You're still like it's not cool to be pussy whooped. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not cool to be like trying to like hook up with chicks all the time. Like that just makes you a weirdo, bro. Like I'm not saying like, look, when you're young and you're out there chasing, it is what it is, bro. All right. I remember those days too. You know, I remember actually having long conversations on the Boxing Voice with Ness and Doomy and Casual. And it's like looking back at it, right? All I wanted was validation, right? When a girl gives you her number, it's her saying, yeah, I'll fuck with you. Like, yeah, you're cute enough so far. So far, you're giving some good vibes. Like, so far, you don't seem like a loser, or like a weirdo or anything like that. And it was like, can I or can I not? Right? Like, if I show up to the bar this night and it's like this girl and she's like, you know, we're talking, can I get her number, or can I gain her interest in some way? Right. But that's only worth it. That's only worthy for like that moment and that night. Right. Like, it's not a big deal to hook up with a girl, but it is a weirdo thing if that's like your like hobby or like your entire brand. Like, y'all know that Clavicle guy or whatever his name is, the streamer. Like, that dude's a fucking weirdo. I mean, his whole narrative is just this played out. Like, if you're good looking, the world is your oyster. And it's like, well, if you're good looking, yeah, there might be like a lot of different things that come to you a little easier, but it doesn't make you more like able to adjust to the world or like whatever. They were saying, okay, so like the conversation was like, oh, women have it easy, right? Because girls can grow up and become older and be women, and then they can marry like guys with a lot of money, right? But a good-looking guy, he can't do that. That's the argument. That's the argument, right? Like, a good-looking guy can't find himself like a pay pig, right? Or like a sugar mama as easily as a young female could find herself one. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not hating, I'm just saying. But it's like, if you listen to every single UK rapper, I'm sorry, it's garbage, bro. And then like the amount of people that like suck their dick about it. There's this battle league in the UK, and I'll bet you at least half of y'all have seen this clip where this girl, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna show it. So this girl, she's like a heavier set girl, and she gets into a battle with this dude, right? And this dude just fucking roasts her, bro. Like, hardcore. And everybody was like, oh my God, this is the best battle rap ever. Yo, this literally, I put UK BATT, and what came up was UK battle rapper Fat Shames female. I swear to God. like super fast. Okay, let's see. Where is the what the fuck? Where is it? I want like the full video. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. Here it is. Man, I really fuck, dude. Okay. I don't want to peace out because I see y'all on YouTube, but all right, fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. We gonna show. We gonna show it. So it's like this dude. Does this look familiar to y'all? Does this look familiar at all? You about to see. So this was the thing.
You're so fat, Thanos would have to snap twice, get rid of you. And if I slap you here in the face right now, it's the only time you have a man hitting you. Man in Dubai wouldn't shit on you. If you were on fire, I wouldn't spit on you. How does it feel to be a pick-me when nobody picking you? It ain't Phoebe, that's a pig's name. You're fat, stop telling man you're thick, babes.
So this was it. That's all I'm gonna show you because I'm gonna get fucking killed. It's a situation where like everybody's like, oh my god, this is so good, and it's like all he's doing is like, and you fought, and the dream would have get you from sorry for the vibe with a band would have getting you. I'm gonna stab you with a knife and a crane with a sin would have been in you, and I come from the front yard where with the west yard would have been you. Like, what are you fucking saying, dude? Nobody knows what you're talking about. You're just like screaming. It's terrible. It's like nothing but UK rap on Undisputed. Like there's like it's like UK rap and then Lupe Fiasco. All right, I'm gonna show everybody. Yo, look, this is the new toy we got for Christmas. So this is Zenko, and it works with flour or concentrates. Look, check it out. So so I just hold it for how long? Okay. All right. Y'all see it right here? All right, look. Hey, is it charged? Oh. Got you. Is it enough for 2 hits or no? Oh, I don't think there's any more. Yeah, I think you're right. It makes me better at PlayStation. All right. Nobody hitting you. If you want fire, no one will spit on you. I'm sorry, those are terrible lines. Fuck. Okay, so doing our first picks of the week. Remember, on Thursday we will have a little betting show. I'm going to try to get my brother on. I was actually hoping Matt would be on too. I would like to go back to like doing single parlays for the show without, supporting any one betting site. That's not what this is about. I want to try that, but it's like, I want to go back to like something Ness said earlier in the show, right? When we had Ness on, he said that, the problem with PEDs and the problem with the sport as it relates to PEDs is that boxing, us as fans, as media, as everything, we're not shit because we pick and choose who suffers the most repercussions and who doesn't, right? So like in a situation where like Vargas was able to fight, right? Who else? Valdez was able to fight. Garcia on the night, what's his name? Pop Morales. All these fights and all these examples that we have of fighters being allowed to continue on for a fight. Why is this situation different? And what is different about the other situations in which fighters were pulled from the card, not allowed to fight, and everything, basically worked the way it should work? The difference is their promoters, their managers, their A-side attraction, how much money they're making for the sport, right? Fighters are a piggy bank for the entire sport, right? So you look at a guy like Canelo, the WBC and the WBO and everyone else that he has a title representing expect a check. His promoters, his managers, his lawyers, his trainers, his sparring partners, right? Like this is a business and he is an economy, right? And so you can't shut down the most valuable aspects of the economy, right? Or else what would happen? Like imagine if they didn't have any of those fights. What happens to these companies not being able to recoup the money that they put into the promotion and the fighters and all that simply because their fighter, not simply, but because their fighter got popped for a PED test. So where does that leave us? Like, where do we as fans draw that line between wanting to see the best fights out there and this imperfect world of PED testing? Ness said it perfectly. He said it best. He said, this is going on in the gym. You go to the gym to find this, to solve the issue because they're not popping on the day of the fight. They're not This isn't a situation where it's like they're doing this one thing during the fight, like to cheat or gain a competitive edge, right? This isn't the Margarito situation in which the idea was that he was plastering up his fucking hand wraps, right? And there are a lot of people that believe that that wasn't true. And like, it's all speculation. We'll never know for sure. What we do know is that when your test comes back with an adverse finding, there should be no way that the fight goes on. It shouldn't happen. And in a situation like this, where you have a stacked enough card to pull from, that's great. But in situations where you don't, right? And the Valdez card, that was the main event. Without that fight, does the show go on? Do you have to give refunds? Because everybody else has to be paid. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though you're not making the money from that event, everybody else has to be paid. As I look at it right now, I would absolutely pick Lara over Johan Gonzalez. And that is considering Lara is well past his prime of age. Johan Gonzalez is 34 though, so he's no spring chicken either. An adverse analytical finding may not be the thing that ultimately proves your guilt. And I get it. It's an unfair situation, but it goes back to, what do we want out of this? We want boxing to be better. We want boxing to be more fair, to be more subjected to rules and regulations that don't allow for so many people to take advantage. And that's where it is right there. You see, this whole idea that Haney and Snack and Victor Conte, RIP, were somehow, perpetrating the cheating that goes on in the sport it's unfounded, right? Because the vast majority of people that were popping outside of Snack, it wasn't even brought up as an issue. But this is not a Snack issue. This never was. This has never been a Victor Conte issue. The issue is this. When you have a situation where competition breeds the success, right? Where your entire fortune and success in your professional life and even personal life maybe is based on winning this one fight, what lengths will you go to make sure that you win? And then on the other side, on the same team, not on the other side, on the same team, you have a promoter that needs to recoup the financial losses. This situation is very, very similar to what's going on in professional sports as it relates to betting. Right now, if you're not aware of it, which I'm sure most of you are, the FBI and a few other departments and agencies are conducting an investigation that's going on in professional sports, where they are aware of several players throughout professional sports, like throughout leagues, not just in the NFL or the NBA, all leagues, all sports. They have found a significant number of red flags and specifically a number of people cheating using the new age betting technology to assure themselves money, right? And this isn't even all win and loss shit, okay? You had Emmanuel Clase and his setup man who were reportedly texting or contacting friends or other people to place bets on pitches that were going on in the game, right? And they're giving signals. All right, I'm about to throw this one in the fucking dirt. Put a couple of G's on this one going in the dirt. Like, betting has become so simple. It's become so easy. It's become so profitable for the leagues that this problem that they keep talking about is an internal one. It's not the players that are just at fault fully. Yes, as a individual, you have to take responsibility for the actions that that you've done. But the situation in the system has been manifested by the leagues themselves, and all the money that they make from stake and fucking DraftKings and Prize Picks and all these. Like, you cannot watch a sport in America today without seeing a betting commercial or without seeing a specific gambling app or website as a direct sponsor. Bro, come on. How is that not a setup? How are you not putting these players in these positions to do the thing? And now here's the other part, right? Because I'm a dude who, bro, like everything I find interesting, right? Everything I find interesting. So what I find interesting right now is that this idea that so many people are talking about, well, the players are full of shit because they make all this money and now they're like, oh, they're fucking, being selfish and greedy. And it's like, no, bro, see, you're looking at this thing in your shoes and you have to look at it in their shoes, right? You're not accepted as a baller. You're not accepted as a star in the sports world unless you project a certain brand, unless you project a certain confidence and aura. We've seen guys like Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan carry it, right? Mike Trout, Mike Piazza, fucking Caminetti, fucking Clemente, fucking, I mean, you could go down the list of all the top athletes in every single league. And it's just a lifestyle that you have to keep up with, right? Like, if you're a basketball player and you're showing up to press conferences without a fucking $100,000 suit or some fucking crazy gimmick, like what's his name from the Heat had, you know, if you don't carry yourself with a certain era, you know, you got to have them badass special made beats, right? Walking into the arena or walking in the stadium with your, you know, fucking 6-figure chain, right? That stack that's like millions of dollars, and them shoes, and it's all a fucking, you know what I'm saying? It's all a branding thing. It's all a gimmick. It's all, you know, for show, but you're part of that league. You're part of that culture. So it's important for that person to keep up with the Joneses, right? That's part of it. And that, I feel like, is a very metaphorically connective, or there's a synergy there between these two things, right? It is not in the best interest of the leagues to police betting outside of what they do with the players and their no list, and, you know, they put them through courses or they show them, you know, blah blah blah. It is not beneficial from a financial standpoint for the leagues to fully dismiss the betting websites, the betting apps. They do not want to put a cork on the betting the betting phenomena that has occurred, right? And more money is going into the leagues now. Conversely, it is not beneficial to the promoters to police their highest paid fighters, their biggest priority fighters, their A-side fighters, their fighters with the highest ceiling. It's not advantageous to them to be sticklers, right? The people that have to police them are the same people that get paid off of their fights. It's a very crooked system, and there's no way that it ends up working well. No way. I never thought I'd hear Ness say what he said about boxing. You know, he said it's broken. I remember arguments and debates between him and I specifically. I mean, most of the time it was him and other people, but even him and I would get into these conversations and these debates where I would try to appeal to him that boxing is not working and it has no long-term future in the States in its current trajectory, working under the current parameters. And, you know, this isn't about me coming and trying to say, oh, I was right or anything like that. But the truth is, I said the UK was where the future of boxing was. I said it was actually a sport of consideration over there, as opposed to here, where, I mean, I don't even know what you would call it. I mean, it's a niche sport, sure, but at the same time, it's a avenue for people to create profit, right? You see Aiden Ross, and he has this brand risk promotion, right? And he's had, you know, streamers and YouTubers fight each other. The Island Boys, one of them fought, I think both of them fought, if I'm not mistaken. I think they fought each other, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, one of them fought, what's the dude's name? All right, it was Charleston White. So if you don't know Charleston White, he, like, okay. So the way that the culture online streaming works right now, the more controversial you are, the more your stats go up, right? The more your numbers go up, the more money you make. And when you look at every single top streamer and YouTuber, or maybe not YouTuber, but like guys on Kick and Twitch and stuff like that, other than the Kai Cenats of the world, and the iShow Speeds of the world, who maintain a more family-friendly, kid-friendly, show, guys like Aiden Ross, Sneeko, Neon, these guys work the system in a way that they grift, right, to attract, like, the biggest psychos in the world are like racist, right? They're black. They're like are people that are racist against blacks or Mexicans or Chinese or whatever. Like the biggest pieces of shits in the world, the easiest people to tap into are the dumbest people in the world. And those are the people that have like massive issues with homophobia and transphobia and stuff like. I'm not trying to say like, oh, you have to be comfortable with everything, and or you're gay, like, or you hate gay people. Like, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I am saying is that for you to make your brand online be all about promoting the most fucking gross like narratives and dog whistling fucking rate, like, bro, nobody gives a shit that Aiden Ross talks shit about a black woman and was like, she's not black enough. Like, that's crazy. Like, imagine if anyone else in the world, like on TV, like somebody with a real job, like on ABC or Fox News or CNN. Well, Fox News might, but like one of these other guys was just like come out like on ABC News Tonight or like on CNN, like fucking Silver Fox just comes out and he's like, you know what? The N-word. And like just something to provoke, right? Anything to provoke. That's what it is. You have to be anti-gay or anti-trans or racist or sexist to have some sort of quick following online. And so like Charleston White is like the best example of this. This is a guy who's just like a giant fucking piece of shit magnet. And like, you may get tricked if you see only clips of him, right? You may be tricked by his shit because he says a lot of things that have real content to him, right? Like, you ask yourself, was the drill rap scene in Chicago a positive thing for hip hop and or the black community? Probably not. Has hip hop gotten to a place where it no longer benefits the marginalized people that it once did? I think you could make that argument today. I think you could make the argument that NBA YoungBoy being the hottest rapper on the scene today it's a shame. It's a shame. It really is. The fact that the biggest rap beef in the world in rap right now is NLE Choppa and fucking NBA YoungBoy. Like, what? Bro, both of them suck. Have you seen that video? Bro, y'all got to see it. Look, oh man, this is going to sound so toxic, but I'm not saying that Pac and Biggie, like, that was the shit the way it should have gone, right? That was the media fucked that up. All I'm saying is it's easier today to be like a provocateur, right? Alex Jones showed up the other day on his stream wearing a dressed like Hitler, full mustache, the Nazi uniform, and he's like, this is a social experiment. No, it's not. You're just trying to fucking troll a bunch of people into watching your shit. That's it. That's all you're doing. So when you have a sport like combat sports and the way it exists in America, you're going to have people like Aiden Ross try to exploit that, right? How many people think Dana White's just like a straight up good guy that like never lies and never talks shit, right? Very few to nobody believes that. And yet Dana White is the greatest example of what promoters are and what they end up becoming at the highest level. So for us to like lay all the blame of the fighters for PED tests, knowing that we have a world that exists in boxing that is meant to be exploitative and taken advantage of. A guy like Aiden Ross launching a shitty ass amateur novice boxing promotion is evidence that boxing is a platform in America to be exploited, not to be treasured, not to be kept sacred. There's no reason Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua should be fighting. And I'm not saying I'm not going to watch it. I'm just saying that that's not real boxing. It's just not. It goes against every fundamental idea that we have created in boxing over the past century. The idea that fighters are elevated based on who they defeat, based on who they beat and where that ranking was and who they're ranked against now and who they're fighting next and what their last 3 fights is like. And like all these different factors go into it. And when you put Jake Paul in that testing ground, you know, you compare him in that checklist, he doesn't hit any of the boxes. The only boxes he checks off are the monetary value boxes. And in those, he checks them all off. That's for sure. He is one of the top commercial financial draws in boxing in America. And that's fucking sad, dude. That's so sad. You know, it's so sad. Like my sport, the sport that I grew up, that I made a profession out of. Like it's just garbage, dude. It's garbage. I don't know. But I have full confidence in this weekend's fight. Let's see. Okay, so y'all saw that? Yeah, I saw he got jumped, right? Charleston White. Yeah, no. I definitely think that he has great. I think that some of his points have validity. Absolutely. Specifically, his narrative regarding hip hop and the Black community today. You know, he looks at the lineage and the love that someone like King Von got, despite the fact that he was a serial murderer. You know, and so yeah, those are great. Those aren't great points. Those are interesting talking points. Those are interesting topics to seriously discuss when the people having the discussion are coming at it from a good faith standpoint. That's not what Charleston White does, champ. That's not what Fresh and Fit does, champ. Don't even pretend they do. That's not true at all. You know, they mock, they talk this shit, right? Like, I'm not here to say what a man is or isn't, but I certainly don't think that manhood is defined by whether you're cool or not with gay people. Like, that sounds crazy to me. Like, that's the problem too, is these dudes spend too much time on the internet, right? Like, I live in the real world. I go pump my gas at the store. I buy my groceries. You know what I'm saying? I'm a regular at the gas station down the street, right? They know what dip I get. They know what Zen I get, right? At my HEB, my local store, I got tons of friends in there, dap them up all the time. I go to the gym. I see my boys. Like, I am a member of this community, right? Full on. And yet I can't. It didn't pop on, champ. Let me send it out one more time. Here, look. Or you know what? I'm gonna put it in the post. Fuck, I never did. So on StreamYard, I'm sorry, on Twitch, YouTube, and let me put it on X too. If y'all want to jump on and give me your take on JANIBEK testing positive, the state of PEDs in boxing. We could talk about the fight card this week. Who are you picking? Let us know. Let me see. Paste in. Boom. So you can click that link. Now, if you're on your phone, if you're on your phone, then I suggest copying the link and just pasting it into your browser. Or basically, if you're on anything, I will copy the link and then paste it to the browser. If you click the link, it'll on the phone or on a tablet, it'll ask you to download the app. You do not have to download the StreamYard app to come on the show at all. Just simply skip it, close it out, say no, whatever it is, and then it'll proceed to the app. That's what Bahida, with a Giza, and a Drita, with a Beta, and a Biza, with a Diva. I'm sorry, it sound like shit, bro. Oh, fuck. All right. So, we got the JANIBEK. So, just the picks for today I'm going to give. Right now, I'm definitely leaning towards Lamont Roach. And not only am I picking Lamont Roach, but I'm not going to change my answer either. They are fighting for the vacant WBC interim junior welterweight title. Now, I ask you, why on earth would there ever be a vacant interim title? I mean, this has been something in boxing forever, right? There's like one of those moments where it's like something that happens so often that you just don't even think about, and you never stop to ask yourself why. This is one of those moments. Because why? Why would there ever be a vacant interim belt? You create interim belts because of vacancies, or not because of almost vacant, because you can't vacate the main belt, right? So somebody's hurt, or somebody has legal precedent not to be fighting right away, or not to take a fight right this moment, or you're trying to decide who the number one contender is. There are precedents for these things, of course. But why on earth would there ever be that an interim or a vacant interim belt? Now, when you look at this vacant interim belt, you will see that what the fuck? Junior welterweight. Yeah, junior welterweight. So the junior welterweight class, as it stands, you have Teofimo, who is the WBO champion. You have Richardson Hitchens, who is the IBF champion. The current WBA champion is Gary Antoine Russell, while Sabril Matias represents the current WBC champion. Now, Sabril Matias is obviously in a vulnerable predicament at the moment, not knowing for sure what the next 6 months are going to be for him, or like, how it's going to pan out as far as who's going to be available. God, he's jacked, bro. So we don't know yet if is the fight canceled for sure, right? It is, or is not. There's like Osterine and whatever the fuck else. And I don't know if that is even gonna matter at the end of the day. All I know is that this show has the opportunity to produce a star at the weight class, or the top dog at the weight class. Now, what you have to realize here is that Shakur coming into this equation changes a lot of factors, right? But right now you have Pitbull, right? A guy that some people thought Tank should rematch. And then you have Lamont Roach, a guy that people believe beat Tank in the first place. All right. So what is the winner? What does the winner get? Well, other than an interim strap, they position themselves very, very nicely, especially off of an action fight. Because when you look at the current climate, Richard Hitchinson, Gary Russell, these are two guys that have not zero, but virtually zero in by way of like commercial ability, or like recognition, I guess, like mainstream recognition, right? They're not names at all. Teofimo has that going for him, But Teofimo's got himself a real issue with Shakur, bro. Shakur is not. See, that's the part about it. Is like people will say, it's like Ness said, I'm a guy who didn't complain about Mayweather Pacquiao. I get what he's saying, right? It's like, oh, I'm not going to complain about a guy like Guillermo Rigondeaux who might snooze up the fucking building, but at the end of the day, he represents a pure aspect of the sport, right? And so at the end of the day, what he wants to do is make it so that, yeah, it's there. You can come on. You have to let your, you have to accept the mic and the camera stuff. That's probably why. Because I saw you jump on and then it just went off. So try again. Anybody else wants to come on? The link is on Twitch, X, YouTube, and I think IG. Maybe I forgot. Oh, I'm off on IG. Never mind. Fuck. I don't know what's going on with that fucking thing. Oh well. Appreciate all y'all that tapped in on IG today. So you see, it's like you have Abdullah Mason and Tank and Shakur at the in lightweight, representing the champions with Raymond Murataya. Raymond Murataya might not represent a significant commercial name, but he offers very good matchup possibilities, and he's just a professional, dude. Like, this is a kid who's not gonna, fuck up on weight. The day he's not gonna fuck up on the day of the weigh-in, right? This is a guy who you don't have to worry about coming in, or is he gonna pop an Austrian test or some shit? But it's a crowded division, is what I'm trying to say. The thing is there's not a lot of commercial recognition here. Okay, so the division is wide open for another star, and I remember, I think it was Roach said this past week, he said something like, if I like a win on Saturday gets me, I become like the big superstar. Like, it's like I'm the new superstar after that. And it very well could be possible. If they make an action fight and Lamont Roach can come out of that with a cleaner win even than Tank, that's a huge deal, right? Having that Mexican on his name, on his resume, that only serves to carry him further. That only serves to position him in a prime spot for 2026. Okay, because as the year extends, eventually Tank's eventually going to fight somebody, I think, assuming he's not done with the sport, right? And that's not like a huge, I don't think that's a huge if or maybe. I think, it's probably not the most likely scenario that we've seen Tank fight his last fight. But I think it's absolutely fair to suggest that what we've seen of Tank over the last 16 months, maybe 2 years, is a lack of interest in boxing at a level of annoyance. He was annoyed during that Jake Paul fucking thing. I'm not saying he didn't want to be there because he didn't want to take the fight. I'm saying he's over this part of it. He's over the press conferences. He's over the antics of the weigh-ins. He's over all of the, pomp and circumstance that go into boxing, right? That guys like Floyd thrived in, right? There are certain people that thrive off of those things. Tank is not. Tank is not a guy who enjoys the amount of scrutiny that comes with all those eyeballs on you. Yeah, thank you for asking. We're going at 20 at the top of the hour at 8 p.m. We're going. So I actually need to actually need to reconnect it. Let me do that real quick. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on it both though, because it's like not the same thing every time. Yeah, I'm just gonna run it real quick. I won't even take up the full screen. We'll put it like that. I just need to make sure that because it was fucking up. It was like going back and forth. A capture card? No. No, I'm just using remote play. Oh, no shit. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Got it. Okay. So if I were to use a capture card, would that take away the problem? Yeah, dude, though, I just couldn't ever see myself spending, thousands of dollars on a PC. Like I'm from the fucking era of Nintendo and Sega, dude. I had a Super Nintendo and a Sega. All right. I had a fucking Sega Genesis. I mean, what was it? A Dreamcast, right? I had them all, dude. I had them all. So it's really hard for me to like get away from the console. And I know that like dates me. I know that ages me a lot, but I'm not like a gamer who's like, oh, I'm always playing and I'm always on and I'm always like, like I like what I like. And that's really it. And people have seemed to enjoy the streaming content from it. So I said, fuck it, I'll just keep doing it. But yeah, if I have to do something else, I mean, because the capture card's not that expensive. But yeah, I'm not going to do that. But I am upgrading the system. Hopefully by the new year. That's the plan at least. But we'll make what work when we can't make what work. Super Mario is the other channel, by the way, Twitch and YouTube. It's where we run our other shows, movies, TV shows. We talk politics a lot. We talk a lot of other dumb shit. So, yeah. So I am picking Lamont Roach, and I do think that he produces the kind of performance. I think he showcases the kind of performance that does make him a star, that does put him in that star caliber type of scenario. Now, as far as the Foster Fulton fight goes, I just feel like Stephen Fulton Jr. has shown more levels. Foster is a dog. Foster is a guy who can make the fight. He can take the fight away from you, but I do think he's limited, specifically when you compare him to a guy like Stephen Fulton. What Foster has is experience in the dogfight. He has experience being down in rounds and prevailing. What Fulton doesn't have is any sort of well, no, that's not true, because that first fight with what's his name? The kid from Westico. After their first fight, hold up. That's gonna bother me. Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, we can't say the same of Fulton, right? When he was down, in his only loss, he was way down, and he never even came close to making a close scrap of it with Inoue, en route to a 8th round TKO loss. What the fuck, bro? Close. Whatever. So he loses to Inoue, but when you look at the first Brandon Figueroa fight, it's unfair. It's unfair to suggest that he doesn't have a little dog in him too. And so if we're like matching up checklists, right? Like who has this? Like who has the jab of them? Who can utilize it from a distance better? Who can utilize it from mid-range or even a little further, close? Who has the who does better top to bottom work, right? Who does better bottom to top work? There's a lot of different factors that go into it, but I just don't see Foster creating a fight script that puts Fulton in such an awkward position that he's just throwing away round after round, or not throwing away, but losing round after round. I can't see it. This is a guy who, he made Angelo Leo look basically, at a time where, Leo looked really good. And by the way, that loss or that win has aged like fine wine. And then the Arnold Kaigi fight, or Kaigia, or I don't know, I forgot how to say it, but that fight was a solid performance for him, and for Fulton, I mean, and it was, at times there were moments where he had to not become inventive. That's giving him too much credit, but he had to alter the game plan, or he had to at least adapt in certain rounds. I'm not saying Foster can't do that, but Foster's more of like a bulldozer type when it comes to, breaking away from the game plan. Like, he's not going to break away from the game plan. He's just going to make a sloppier fight. Or, I mean, yeah, I'm sorry. He's not going to adapt his game plan to his opponent or to the fight script. Like, if he's down in the first 5 out of 6 rounds, you're not going to see Foster alter his game plan in any way that's going to make some sort of like vast improvement. I don't see that out of Foster. What I do see is him making it a scrap. What I do see him is making him ugly. I think the uglier the fight, the more it favors Foster. I think that's probably obvious, but maybe not. But what I can say in this is that this is a great fight. It's a great fight for sure. Both these guys coming in at this moment, and specifically Foster, by the way, right? Because, shout out to H-Town, you know what I'm saying? H-Town, watch me go ahead, climb the ordinary vocabulary legionary right now. You know what I mean? And shout out to my man, because he really, really did something, bro. He really, really did something with his career. Like, after coming to a point where he's had 2 losses within his first 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 2 losses in his first 12 fights, right? And he gets 12 wins in a row before he suffers his next loss. And if you don't know Robinson Consejo, then obviously it's tough for me to like really sit here and describe a guy who's, 20-3 with 10 KOs and sell him as like a great win. But if you do know him, then maybe you could help better explain why that's a quality win. This guy is a very awkward fighter, right? He doesn't make for easy fights. He's a very tough day at the office. And here's the other thing. Even if he isn't beating you, he makes it difficult to look good against him a lot of times. And so he loses that fight, but then comes right back and wins the rematch in a split decision win. And I do think that they have a trilogy somewhere down the road. It'd be great if it's for a title, but I think it could be a sellable fight even without the title. That said, he had a win over Abraham Nova before that. Nova, if you'll remember, was a benefactor of the COVID era bubble fights. There's very few guys during that 4-month stretch, 6-month stretch that really had any work or fights, period. This is a guy who definitely, was able to, was definitely able to, make something work for himself. And then beat Eduardo Hernandez before that. And that was at a time where Eduardo Hernandez had only lost once. His his first loss was to Roger Gutierrez. Why do I feel like I remember that fight? Roger Gutierrez is from Venezuela. He was fought Lucas Body just recently. I think it was during the summer. Let me see. Oh yeah, it was in August. Yeah, and then he fought Moises Flores. So, this is a guy who's definitely been fighting better competition. He's got Rene Alvarado on his resume as a win. He lost to Hector Luis Garcia, but came back and beat a 20-1 Henry Delgado. So, Roger Gutierrez is definitely a quality win. He beat Ebram before that. And so, these are quality wins. These are not just quality wins, but he's doing them back to back. And by the way, I went in reverse order. That was reverse order. So the competition got better. You go from Roger Gutierrez to beating, to beating Jorge Castaneda, right? To then beating, or losing to Oshaki Foster later. But, and then he beat Thomas Matisse recently. So, that's a quality win, Eduardo Hernandez. So anyway, he beat Ray Vargas he beat Ray Vargas before that. And, if anybody knows anything about Ray Vargas, all right, that guy was a very tough fight. Long, mechanically sharp, but very capable of giving you a bore fest. This is another guy who it's not to say he's not beatable, but it's very unlikely that you're going to look good against him, right? Even when you're winning, you're going to look bad. You're going to look like, smothered, bored. I mean, there's just so many different words you could use to describe a Ray Vargas fight. Now, Ray was 36-0. 36-0 at the time. He was coming off of win over Mark Magsayo, the guy that was in the tourney. The one that ended up losing to Brandon Figueroa. Who else did he lose to? Oh, he lost to Gary Antoine also. I forgot about that. But anyway, Ray Vargas hasn't fought in a while, like since 2024, like early 2024. Who did he fight? Oh, it was Nick Ball. Oh, that was a Ryder event. Yeah, I remember that fight. It was a split decision draw. But for Shock to have a win over Hovanagian, Nagrete, Franklin Manzanilla is like definitely a good win at a club fighter level. Well, maybe a little better than club fighter. So these are all, again, they go to show the quality of opponents that these guys have been facing in this division, right? Like, this is a quality division. I think that in 50 years, more will be given credit to Inoue, and if he can continue to work his way up the weight classes, because there were so many talented fighters in these weight classes. Were they world beaters? No. Nobody's saying any of these guys were world beaters. What I am saying, though, is that it was a very clogged, very stacked division over the last several years. And you have all these different matchups that, they aged well. A guy like Hovanagian, we know he was awkward. We know he was solid. We know he was cutthroat. You know what I mean? He was a guy who was, again, going to give you an ugly fight. He was going to make you fight his fight, or if he could make you fight his fight. I'm expecting Fulton to win. I'm expecting Fulton to pull away at some point mid-round, or in the middle rounds, and take this fight. While I fully believe that Foster has the ability to win this fight, my pick comes from not being able to see as many fight scripts play out in favor of a Foster win as opposed to that of a Fulton win. Fulton is a guy who can be as offensively masterful as he is defensively aware. And Foster is a guy who I think he's at his best when he's losing. I know that sounds crazy, but hear me out. I feel like he's got this version of whatever like Mexican fighters have or you know, fighters that like they get hit and they're like, oh, I got to get my get back. Right. And there are a lot of different examples of that, you know, outside of Mexican culture. But I think that represents it best because it's this trigger that flips in him. I think he gets more competitive as the competition wages. And that is a good thing. That's a quality that a champion has, right? A very good quality. However, in this case, with a guy like Fulton, to give him any breathing room is to risk him carrying away with the fight. It is more dangerous for Fulton in terms of wins and losses. It's more dangerous for Fulton to gain steam early and sustain it till the middle rounds than it would be a guy like Foster at any point in the fight. Because a guy like Foster can gain momentum and lose momentum back and forth in the same round and still be at his best, doing what he does best. He's more hittable, I think, when he is at his best than when Fulton is. Like if Fulton is up on the scorecards, let's just say like he's up 5-1 in midway through the fight. That is not a situation that I think Foster can come back from with many variables, right? Like there's only a couple ways that the fight can go for him to get the win at that point. Fulton, on the other hand, I think could be down 5-1. And if that last round is the one he won, you better fucking watch out. Because if he puts the 7th round together and the 8th round together and he gains momentum and steam heading into the championship rounds, it makes him much more dangerous. It makes him much more dangerous because look, again, I think it comes down to fight script, right? I'm not saying that Foster's only chance is to get lucky or hit him or like land the punch he doesn't see coming. I just don't think he has a plan B that would offer anything up to a Fulton that's in his groove. You know, Stefan Fulton, I think that so many people weigh heavy on that Inoue fight that they sort of not discredit, that's not fair, but they sort of like undervalue what he's already accomplished in the sport. He won that, you know, unofficial tournament, you know, that where he beat Angelo Leo, right? What was that? 2021? Right? Let me see. Yeah, 2021. And that was to set up the fight to whoever wins between. Okay, so the winner of that Fulton Leo fight was going to meet the winner of Luis Nery and Brandon Figueroa. Luis Nery at the time was 31-0, and you know, other than some suspect you know, PED stuff, he was always considered you know, a blue chipper from his early days, early promotional days, like, you know, coming out the gate. He was a guy that a lot of people said to keep an eye on. You know, was that a promotional propaganda because of the people he was with? Who knows? But ultimately, Brandon Figueroa took that O, and he took that O and then went into the fight with Fulton. Okay. So you can't just say, oh, he beat Brandon Figueroa, right? He beat Brandon Figueroa, okay, coming off of the Angelo Leo win, right? He took, listen to me, he took 4 people's O back to back to back to back. Jack, that's what the fuck he did, bro. Yo, don't disrespect Brandon Fulton. And by the way, I have not forgotten all the people I seen on social media that were, rah-rahing for Fulton to go to Japan and slay the monster. And then after the performance, were like, oh, he embarrassed us, blah, blah. Like, fuck you, bro. First of all, it shows you how little you understand about the current landscape of the sport and how special Inoue is. Okay, so that's first of all. That shows your ignorance. Second of all, he went to foreign territory, right? Has a completely different time, completely different everything, right? The elevation compared to where he lives, all of that. I'm not trying to make excuses for Fulton. Not at all. I'm trying to explain how two things can be true. How he can get absolutely wrecked by one of the potentially greatest fighters of all time and still be a world beater, because he is. I think he is a world beater. He took those four undefeated records, all back to back to back to back. And that was 3 years after he had taken two undefeateds, two people's O's back to back, one of them being Adam Lopez. Not Texas's Adam Lopez. Shout out, by the way, champ and a friend of the show. I need to have him on, by the way. But again, all this shows you what Fulton has already accomplished at the level he's accomplished. Okay. By the way, he goes and he fights Brandon Figueroa. He beats him, right? 19-0. He goes and he beats Brandon Figueroa in Las Vegas at the Park Theater. And then after gaining the majority decision, he goes and defeats Daniel Roman about 7 months later. That's a quality win as well. Daniel Roman, not a world beater, but a guy who is a tough Mexican American type, or is he Mexican American? I don't know what he is, but he's got that Los Angeles style, is what I really meant to say. That Los Angeles style, you know what I'm saying? And he's got a win over Payano. That's quality. He actually was heading into that fight with Fulton 2-0. 2-0 after he had lost to MJ. After he lost to Ak, he lost to Ak at 7-0. Ak was 7-0. Right? Yeah. Yeah. MJ was 7-0. Yep. And then before that, he had beaten TJ Donnie in Inglewood. He put him down twice in rounds 2 and round 11. And that was a performance that they took all the way to the distance, even though Roman had gotten a pretty nasty little cut. It wasn't super bad, but it was bleeding right into his eye. Again, I think all of this goes to show that on fight night, despite the fact that we're going to see two American fighters that have solid resumes and have shown incredible ability and wherewithal in the ring, but one of them has shown it against better competition more often. I think that, again, it goes back to what I was trying to say with Foster. Foster's definitely a guy who can lose a couple rounds or have the momentum shift away from him, but still be okay in the fight, still be able to find his rhythm and create moments that lead to his momentum swing in his favor, lead to a momentum swing in his favor. That said, I think against a guy like Fulton, you cannot do that, or he cannot do that. Giving away rounds at any point against a guy like that only risk you allowing him to gain the kind of momentum that makes Fulton unbeatable at that point. The worst thing you can do is fight Fulton's fight that night. And that's what it should be a battle of. It should be a battle of which one of these guys is going to assert their fight on the other. I think it'll be Fulton, and that's who I'm picking. Finally, Jesus Ramos Jr. and Shane Mosley Jr. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Jesus Ramos. Frank Martin's also back on the card. Shout out Frank Martin. That's another guy, dude, that I feel like people shit on too much. Yeah, he came up short, but I don't know. I think he's still got plenty he can do in this game. He's fighting Rances Bartholomew. For those who have been fight fans for a while, or last decade, then you'll recognize the name Rances Bartholomew as a fucking giant. In his former weight classes of lightweight. He's a guy who we fight Mike Garcia. No, yeah. I don't even remember the last time he fought, now that I think about it. Let me see. So he was oh wait. Pound for pound. Okay, so last time Bartholomew fought was April 2024. Oh, the Jose Ramirez fight. I forgot. Yeah. He fought Omar Juarez. Shout out to Omar Juarez, Texas boy. Beat Omar. Before that, lost to Gary Antoine Russell. So Rances Bartholomew is 30-3 with 15 KOs. Cuban national, currently fighting out of Las Vegas. You might remember him for his fight with Robert Easter Jr. That was the fight I was thinking about, not Mike Garcia. And then Mickey Bay, he also fought. He fought Argenis Mendez as well back in 2014. So it's a guy that some of you might not be familiar with. If you haven't been a follower of boxing for like more than a decade, or a decade or more. But Antonio DeMarco, he's got a win over. He's got a win over Dennis Shafikov. That was back when he was 36-1. He also beat Mickey Bay. He beat Relic, but then lost to Relic in a rematch. So yeah, I don't even fucking remember that. The draw split decision with Robert Easter Jr., which was a shit fight for the IBO title. Yeah, so I am definitely going to go with Frank Martin. I think I see something in Frank Martin that says he's not done. He's, how old is he, by the way? Right. Boxer age. Oh, so he's 30 years old. I mean, it's not like he's a spring chicken, but I'm gonna pick him in the fight. I think he's gonna take this dub. And so yeah, that's basically it for that card. Let me test this shit out right quick. Oh shit. You said I don't know shit about boxing because Tito is way better than Canelo. I said that I wasn't sure if I would put Tito over Canelo. That's what I said. The hell? Talking shit. I mean, tell me if you're so avid about the history of the Puerto Rican boxer, then tell me who you have over. Oh, that's bullshit. Ooh, he got lucky. Almost landed that Canelo special. Oh, God, I almost landed that. Oh, fuck. Oh, get your ass down, bitch. Look at that shit. Pop. Pop. He was hurt before that. Oh, that's where I heard him. Oh, look, this is where I heard him right there. Into the ropes. Bop. Knock that little fucking knock that little what are they called? That little hair curl you got dangling. Let me dangle that little hair curl. What's it called? It's called something. Bop. All right, let's see if he gets up. It was a monster shot. Yep, you're right, champ. It's fucking up. You're right. The stream's all fucking blurry. Or now it's better, but it keeps fucking up. Yo, they gave him the first round. Oh, I thought he was going to walk into that. You think Hector Camacho Jr. Wait, you think Hector Camacho was better than Canelo? I mean, call in and make the Oh, I caught him with that one. Oh, God damn, he timed me well. I don't even think it's close. I mean, I don't know. I would very much argue that pound for pound, weight not being a factor. Yeah, I think Canelo beats Camacho. Oh, you running. Running and running. Oh, fuck. I was trying to chase him to the head and he fucking got me back. Oh, did you see that? Oh, fuck. No. Canelo, you bitch. Damn, y'all saw that? Oh, my God. Look at this slip. Boop, bop, bop. Damn, and I left myself open. I should have taken that step back. I should have taken that step back. Look, so I cut him. You see that? Look. Man, I wish you could slow it down. Look at, he throws that straight. I get under it, come back up with that uppy. That would have been it. Oh, and then he caught me. Perfect shot. That's all right. We got it. 1 for 1. No big deal. Seven, 8, 9. Beat it. Oh, what's he gonna do? Oh, what's he gonna do when he comes to you? Is it working? I could do it like that. Oh, fuck. He pieced me up. Oh my God. I put power on that one. See, look, I missed with this one. I thought I was going to land. I put power on that one. So that last one, you see, I put power on, and he was slow to the get back. Fuck. There's no way. Oh, God. I hit him after the bell. Come on. Here. Here. Hit me. Come on. Look. Hand down. Oh, God. Why did I do that? Jesus. Damn, he was quick with that shit. Try to take that angle on him, dude. God, I want to land that fucking punch so bad. Fuck. I'm gonna spam that shit, bro. I don't give a fuck. I want a clip. I'm only fighting for the clip, bro. He got me up 3 rounds. I got to get that clip, though. Fuck, dude. Damn it, dude. He's too much of a bitch. Fuck. Yes, we have. Damn, he just runs every time I beat his ass. I got to get this clip, guys. So don't judge me for my fighting right now, all right? Fuck. God damn it. Every time, dude. Can I just get a clip? Fuck. Damn it. Y'all saw that? I winded up. Damn it. Fuck. That was almost it. I almost landed it. Oof. The hell is it? First of all, it's a video game. Second of all, I fought like a retard. What? Oh, yeah, I just stop it. I don't think you can see. I have the power, so I know if all I land is that one shot. Damn it. That's it. It's over. All right. The hell? All right. My bad, guys. All right. I'm gonna go back and see how the Twitch thing was working out. So we are 3 hours and 45 minutes into the marathon stream. At this point, we're taking our coffee break. Wait, is it this one? I have a new coffee break one. I can't find it though. That's all right. So when we come back, we'll be back on Twitch only. So please go to Infighting FX on Twitch. You could also go to Super or Mario on Twitch. I'll probably just go on both. Oh wait, I can't do that anymore. Never mind. Just go to Infighting FX and you can finish along with me while we talk about Raw and the mystery man, as it were, from Survivor Series. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the breakdown of Raw. I thought it was a good episode. You know, there was no CM Punk, no Brock Lesnar, no Roman Reigns, right? It was the workhorses of the company, specifically the Raw brand. What I didn't like is the fact that this was supposed to be a kayfabe incident, right? Somebody jumped in the ring and interfered. Okay. So somebody interfered at War Games, helped Paul Heyman and the team of The Vision and Brock Lesnar win, right? It's Bronson Reed, Breaker, and Logan Paul helped them win, but they don't know it was, but they know it wasn't a fan, but they don't know who else it was. See, that narrative right there, it really takes it out of me, because then the next night on Raw, it's only one of two things. Either it was a fan and some crazed guy, which we know it wasn't, so we can rule that out, or it was a superstar. So if it was a superstar, then they ruined the ending of Survivor Series. Paul Heyman says it's not him. He had nothing to do with it. He don't know anything about it. So then why is it only mentioned 2 times, right? Pierce goes and talks to this ref and he's like, I need you to find out what it is. I think though, and this is what we're going to talk about tonight on Twitch, that the fact that so many people now believe that it's Austin Theory beyond a shadow of a doubt, that it could mean that they're going to swerve us. They're going to change directions. We're going to talk about a couple of those directions, but I'll bring them up here real quick. First and foremost, everybody thinks that it could be Chris Jericho coming over from AEW. His last match is, I forget, it's like January, or his contract with AEW is terminate or comes to an end January something. I think, I can't remember. It's like the very beginning of the year. And so there's speculation that they're going to continue to drag out this masked man theory, right? For several weeks. I know Ollie Davis of Wrestle Talk is somebody who's purported this idea. I have a different idea of who it could be. Now, I do think it was Austin Theory, like probably for sure. But if you're going to step away from it, right? If you don't want it to be Austin Theory anymore because everybody figured it out and it's going to get booed hardcore, then you're going to pivot anyway. Combined with the fact that you're probably not going to reveal who it was before the year is up, right? Because December 13th is the final John Cena show. And after that, Raw is basically going to go dark. I mean, yeah, they'll have matches. I mean, they'll have shows, but, it's all now being built towards that January 5th show, the 1-year anniversary of Raw on Netflix, in which Braun Breaker will, for the first time in his career, challenge for the heavyweight title against champion CM Punk. That's a huge match. That was a great announcement, but that is literally like a month away. In between that, we have the John Cena stuff. So I doubt we get the reveal. So if you're going to play this thing out till January, possibly beyond Netflix, because I assume that if Breaker goes over, and that's another thing we're going to talk about, if Breaker happens to go over on Punk, there's no chance it is not without the help of that masked hooded individual. There's no shot. No shot. They're not going to let Breaker beat Punk clean, right? There's no way they would even try to book that. I mean, the vision is of course they're going to interfere. That's their whole gimmick. But factoring in or like operating under the idea that CM Punk is going to lose the title, which most people don't believe that's true. I think they are going to drop the title. I think that if you want to change the landscape of what's been going on and all the boring shit that we've gotten, the bad taste that was left in the mouth of this WWE ESPN merger as it related to what was it called? WrestleFest or Wrestle Dream? No, that's AEW shit. What was it called? I forgot what it was fucking called now. WrestlePalooza, right? Which everybody was like, this is terrible. This is such mid shit. And when you think about Survivor Series War Games, some people were like, oh, it was mid. No, but then if it's mid, then it's worse than that because the expectations were so high with Brock Lesnar, CM Punk, Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, like all the best top selling wrestlers in the world currently active today were in that match and nobody liked it. So when the expectations are so underwhelming that you call it mid, well, then that's an epic failure as far as I'm concerned, right? That said, though, if you're going to take this masked individual beyond January, if he is going to be the crux in helping Braun Breaker to win his first title, you know why? Why not let it end up being? I don't want to call him. Ricky Saints. I didn't want to call him Ricky Starks. Okay. So why not it be Ricky Starks? Under the guise that it was Cody Rhodes. So who's the masked man under the hood? Well, it's Cody Rhodes. It's Cody Rhodes because he's the one who sent Ricky Saints in there. He's the one who sent Ricky Saints in a hooded mask to interfere in his own match, specifically targeting CM Punk. Why? I don't know, but you could just fucking make whatever you want up. Retcon, whatever the hell you want. But the idea that Cody is going to turn heel at any point, doesn't work even closely as well enough without having a Nightmare faction, a Nightmare family faction, right? Having that Nightmare family faction and it being the catalyst to bring up Ricky Saints, man, that works on so many levels. First of all, you automatically give that rub to Ricky Saints. I mean, he's propelled into the main event spotlight, right? And he gets his opportunity to shine. You know, Solo Sikoa was a rookie, you know, NXT call up at some point that was thrown into the bloodline you know, narrative and plot line, and all of a sudden now he's out there at the main event. You know, he's out there being used in big spots next to Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes and all these guys. So if it ends up being anyone other than Austin Theory, well, why don't we this is me saying give a thought to Ricky Saints. Give a thought to the idea that Cody isn't going to just turn heel. Cody is going to bring together a group of people that he feels entitled to have control over in a faction, right? That's how you heal up Cody Rhodes, first of all. But it being Ricky Saints, you don't have to even pull that trigger for a while. And I know fans might get bored. They might, you know, but you can do all sorts of things. Like last night was a good show. I love the main event. I love how it started, Dom and Liv and all that stuff. But the one thing that sucked was the fallout for Survivor Series was nothing. It was 2 segments talking about this mask guy. Like, if you're going to draw this out, let's do it. And let's do it really in a fun way. And I'm thinking like NWO Sting, bogus Sting, right? Era type shit, where you had Sting basically his whole entire loyalty to the WCW in question because this bogus Sting kept coming down and tricking everybody, which looked nothing like the real Sting. But let's do that shit. You know, let's make it seem like it was fucking Roman. Let's make it seem like the next week it was Randy Orton or whoever the fuck ever, right? All leading to the point where one by one, each of these men is no longer a suspect, you know, to the point that it's ultimately revealed to be the Nightmare Family faction, the introduction of heel Cody. The reveal would be awesome because how many times do you get to have in this day and age the bad guy already be in the ring unmasked, and it's as shocking as if the lights went off and a guy in a black mask and hood came out, right? It's as crazy and as shocking as anything and any other way you could book that. So my suggestion is the Nightmare Family faction. My suggestion is Ricky Saints. But the Chris Jericho option, it's good. It's not bad. It's good. It would definitely get a pop. What sense does it make afterwards is my question, right? My worry is that it's just a thing to do because it's a thing to do because you can do it. I would much rather have Chris Jericho come out in a way that is more along the lines of what we can expect from his booking, right? Don't bring him out here and position him in this spot, right? That ends up meaning that he was there the night that was Survivor Series, right? Like that's what we're supposed to assume, which is pretty murky if you ask me. That's crazy. But you have this situation where now he's at the top of the card and he's propelled to this place, but is he going to continue to be in that place after a month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever? Yeah. So I don't know. It's not that I don't like Jericho. I just don't like it if there's no rhyme, reason, or story to it. If there's no logic, right? Why do it? Because at that point it becomes a thing to do because it's a thing to do. It's something you know that will get a pop. It's something that you know the internet will talk about, but that's not a good enough reason to position somebody in such an important spot that is going to take up months of programming and booking. And you can do anything with Jericho, literally anything. If your whole point was to promote a new wrestler, right, to that level, in the same way that you brought in Breaker, in the same way that you brought in Reed, Logan Paul is already a main attraction, obviously, but at that main event level narrative and plot line, no, he wasn't. He was mostly a mid-card type of guy. He'd been in some main events, so but you can't argue against his star power, right? So you bring him into the fold now. So if your whole point on Survivor Series War Games was to elevate a new guy, Ricky Saints is that guy. I'm not saying Austin Theory's not. I'm just telling you that the night, the show that you reveal the hooded masked figure to be Austin Theory is the night that you have a bunch of disappointed fans live in attendance booing the shit out of it. So Chris Jericho, that's okay. Ricky Saints, that's where it's at. You have the time to let it build. You can stall it out. You can continue to let Cody be a face all you want. For January, for February, for March, fuck it, dude. Play this thing out for months if it's going to end with a huge moment of Cody revealing himself as the architect behind the hooded figures. I don't know. I like it. Other news, Jey Uso. We're going to talk about him. I don't love what's going on with Jey Uso. Let me rephrase that. I love what had been going on with Jey Uso. I hated that Survivor Series means we're going to put everyone's stories on pause while we focus on this main narrative that means nothing, has zero stakes, right? It advances nothing. If anything, we potentially got a hint of a storyline between Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns, possibly hinting towards their trilogy at this year's WrestleMania in Las Vegas. They're both 1-1. So yeah, maybe that's it. But for now, it was literally nothing else. Everything else got put on pause. So last night, Jey Uso loses to LA Knight, who advances into the tournament of the last time is now to face John Cena on December 13th. Also, Gunther won as expected. So LA Knight and Gunther are in the finals, and LA Knight has probably like 2% chance of winning. That might be a way too high, though. It might be closer to like 0.5. But after Gunther wins that, whatever. So what you had is Jey Uso be like super deflected. He just started throwing Prime all over the place, which, I can't blame him for that. But then later in the back, they go to get an interview from him, right? And he's super dejected, right? Super like upset, and he's not even like playing. They're trying to be playful, right? I forget her name, the interviewer from the backstage, the brunette. I forget her name. Anyway, she's like, "Hey, it's me, Jay. Come on, like you know me, like you and me, we got like inside jokes. We're cool. Like you're the Jay guy, you." And he's like, "Nah, fuck off. I'm tired of that shit." Like. And so he's just in this dark place, and they ask him about the news that Breaker's getting the title shot, and he's like, "Man, I got too many people in my head right now. I don't give a shit about the vision. I don't care about Breaker. I don't care about none of this." And then he's like, Roman was right. He said the titles look better on his shoulders. And then pause, and he's like, they never look good on mine, or something like that, something along the lines. And that kind of self-loathing type shit is where Jay's character was heading this whole time, right? But it doesn't work when you're yeeting through the crowd. Like, it doesn't work if you're trying to tell a story on one side and then sell merch on the other, because these two narratives play out so differently in the ring. You want to sell the shit out of anything that has the word yeet on it and in the color green, fine. But that makes him a face. That makes him a face that has it all together, and he's, all these things that are positive and everything a babyface should be. But on this other side, he's having real feelings of self-loathing and this sort of criticalness that he's put on himself, based on other people's opinions of him. Is he little Roman? Is he is he main event, Jey Uso? Who is he? I think he's lost right now. And it's unfortunate that Survivor Series came at a time when his character arc was really, really becoming not just interesting, but quality storytelling. I love where it's going. I hope that nothing else gets in the way of the story. And I think for now, you may want to think about at least not having him walk through the crowd. Another little tidbit that we learned is that Jey Uso put something out on Twitter or IG, I think, was like, yo, y'all keep coming up to me in the streets, and like something about they poked them in the ass or some shit. I don't know. But this follows a pattern of, we've seen it in boxing, MMA, and wrestling. Like all these people, they go through this sort of like harassment thing, right? Where people are following them too close or trying to get interviews or trying to get pictures or whatever. And it's happened a lot, specifically with Rhea. When was the last time? What? Oh, like a couple hours ago. Okay, I will. Can you if you want to serve me, I'm ready to eat. Did you make tea or no? Yeah. Ooh, my wife made tea. So anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So this follows a trend of people that have been like constantly like being harassed and like, things like that. But I'm not saying that Jey Uso in any way brought that on himself. Not at all. Not at all. I am saying though that when you have a entrance where you come out through the crowd and you mingle with them and they're part of your entrance, they're part of your character, they're part of your branding. I do believe that it gives people this false understanding of where they fit in your life. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think if you're like a big fan of Brock Lesnar, like there's no way you think you could just walk up to him at a restaurant and just like dap him up and sit down and have a beer with them. Like, no way, right? I'm not saying that Jey gives that vibe at all. I'm saying that the character welcomes interaction in a way that no other character on the roster does, and very few have before. What we're witnessing is something that was really good, right? Jey Uso connecting with fans of all ages, really. Even though you mostly look at his younger fans as the example of his overness as a babyface, he has fans of all ages. I know plenty of people old and young that fuck with Jey Uso and would consider themselves fans. But I don't, as a adult male, like I could never go up to like anybody anymore. Like I really don't. I mean, maybe like it just has to be like the right circumstances, right? I would honestly say that if I saw Jey Uso with other people, I'd have zero problems. Zero. Like if he was in a mall and I saw like a group of people, I would join in. I mean, and it's like weird. I shouldn't want to join in on a crowd fucking following a dude. But again, it's like, this is gonna sound weird, but just like imagine like you see the Godfather at like a restaurant, remember? And he had like his hoe train thing. Like imagine you're like a stripper or like a sex worker and you have the chance, and you're a wrestling fan and you have the chance to be part of the hoe train. Like I'm not saying it's like a dream, but it'd be like cool canon for you or something, right? Like a cool picture, like a cool Instagram post. If Jey is going to be yeeting in public, yeah, I want to join in. It's fun to yeet with Jey and everyone else. Again, that doesn't give anybody the right to go and poke him in the ass specifically, but literally touch him at all. But, you know, I think what I'm trying to say is that this is an opportune time to kill the gimmick when it works for the storyline and also works against the public harassment that's, you know, going on and shit. Yeah. So anyway, we're gonna talk about that. What else were we gonna talk about? Wrestling wise. I don't remember. I don't remember. Oh, it was the Seth Rollins stuff and the Becky Lynch. We talked about it a little bit last night with Matt. Shout out to Machine Gun Matt, who was in the chat earlier and tapped in with us yesterday. Let me real quick. My bad. Matt was asking to clip something. He has absolutely all everybody yeah, y'all have the right to do that anytime y'all want. You know what I mean? Tap in. It is quality over quantity for me. So hit the just get at me on social media. I'll give you whatever you want too. But like raw, I mean footage type shit. Like you ain't got to do blurry stuff. Like I'll let everybody clip. I don't give a fuck. But specifically Matt is somebody who's, you know, been a huge part of Infight FX and in the quality of show that we put out. My man knows everything about everything for real. It's like hard for me to be like a wrestling, boxing, MMA fan because I have so many friends separated by them. You know what I mean? Like I have my MMA friends. They tolerate boxing at the highest level, right? So when the event is commercially appealing and a good matchup, they're boxing fans. Any other time, they're not. And they're waiting to shit on boxing the first chance they get. What fight was it that they were talking? Oh, it was Crawford Canelo. They were just talking all this shit about it, right? And then my boxing friends hate MMA. They don't consider it a sport, a lot of them. I mean, they have some wild fucking takes on it, you know, and it sometimes just feels like hate, like they're just being haters. But I can't say that the hate comes from either side more intently than the other. Like I've seen some MMA fans that were fucking crazy in their hate towards boxing, and then vice versa. I've seen the same. So the one thing I will say is wrestling seems to be like that bridge a lot of times, believe it or not. Not everybody's a wrestling fan, but everybody has wrestling experience or like a history, like, or a story with wrestling. Like there's a connection for everybody, right? Like unless you're really old and never got into wrestling, you know, like you're in your 70s or some shit, you know, and you missed that wave. But like if you were a kid in the 90s, 2000s, like 2010s, like, man, you just didn't have friends if wrestling wasn't like part of your growing up. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, we were telling teachers to suck it. I mean, not me per se, but like my friends, everybody, we were telling teachers to suck it left and right. You know, we were too sweetened in the hallway. I remember they tried to suspend 2 kids. One of them was in my class because they were like going down to the cafeteria, but like they were crossing and they like reached over across the hall and too sweet each other and looked like the coolest fucking dudes in the world at the time. I was like in 4th grade, like, oh yeah, those guys are going to lose their virginity really young. I that's a weird thing to think about, but it was just like all I could think about was like, wow, they are set for life. They will find a wife and have the best jobs, and they'll be the coolest kids ever because they just fucking too sweeted. And they try to suspend them for gang messaging. I can't remember what the word they use. It wasn't gang signs. It was something else. It was something even crazier than that. But anyway, Stone Cold, NWO, John Cena, like all that shit just infiltrated elementary, middle school, high school. So again, if you're of a certain age and were not part of the child, or like you weren't a child during any of those eras, and or weren't like part of the pop culture scene, I guess, because like that's what I'm saying is like wrestling's pop culture shit. Like if you never seen Hell in the Cell, like you're the weirdo, not me. Like there is something enjoyable about pro wrestling when it's done well. When it's not done well, I have fun criticizing and speculating what they should do, but that's just me. Listen, we are about to take our break. We're going to switch over to Twitch only in about half an hour. And we'll be, like I said, on Twitch only. I want to thank everybody that tapped in today, everybody in the comments. Shout out to everybody in the chat, on IG, on X, on Twitch, on YouTube. Machine Gun Matt, shout out to Ness GTO, the champ. Came through, kicked it with me for a solid 30. Actually, it might have been more. Great conversation with him. If you're a boxing fan, you definitely want to hear that conversation. He said some real shit. And I appreciate it. I really do on my airwaves, him doing that. So shout out to him. I'll definitely come through for the Boxing Voice this week, maybe tomorrow, to give my picks on air that I just gave now. So we'll be back, like I said, on Twitch. Please please hit the sub, please hit the follow, please share, please do all the things that are needed to grow a community. I absolutely am not, I'm not keeping nothing behind a paywall. This is all a free show. It's going to stay a free show. At the end of the day, I just want to grow. I want to get bigger. I want to be able to do more and cover fights and, be able to like really, really get back into the sport as a journalist, but like from my own shit. Right. I mean, I've covered several, like maybe like almost 36 fights, I think, boxing, or maybe no. Definitely over 24, probably like somewhere around 25 to 30. Boxing, I mean, only. And in all that time, I covered it for everyone else. 9 different publications in that time. Including the Caller Times, El Paso Sun, the Boxing Voice, Fights ATW, Fights ATW, NY Fights, EastCasiero.com, Premier Round. I mean, I was there for someone all the time. It would be cool to be able to go for myself now, like for my own channel, for content that I would like to put out. And that being said, I'm going to try as hard as I can to get to the open workouts tomorrow. Rick Moronis is not messaged me back yet, but hopefully I'll hear from him by tomorrow night, or by tomorrow morning, and we'll try to get out there. But I will see y'all in about 30 minutes, where we'll be playing WWE 2K25 and Undisputed on PS5, and talking about Raw, talking about Survivor Series, and talking about who could that masked man be. Is it Edge? Is it Chris Jericho? Or is it Cody Rhodes? No. Well, maybe. But anyway, I will see y'all in 30. Until tomorrow, we'll be back at 2 if you're not tapping in on Twitch. We'll be talking UFC, and we'll be further breaking down the PBC fight. Remember, we'll be live on Saturday. Watch along for both the Marab fight, Peter Yan on UFC 323, and the PBC card that was already stacked but went down a little peg or a level in terms of attraction, with JANIBEK now testing positive. Again, if you didn't get to check out the interview with Nestor Gibbs earlier, tap in and check out what he had to say on it here on the show. And until then, and until tomorrow, and until 30 minutes from now, peace.